Good morning, and I just want to say thank you. As often as I've been here, I say thank you for allowing this to happen. This is, I really believe this is what we do here in invocations and decision-making is really what keeps this nation strong. So I just have one question before we begin. Did everybody get what they wanted on Tuesday? Everybody happy? Did everybody get what they wanted in the election? I often think about how, no hands went up, mine didn't go up either. But, you know, I often think about church leadership, my role in being a lead chaplain and training other chaplains and what it takes to make decisions. And to make the right decision at the right time is always difficult because sometimes we mix our philosophy of how we want to lead and how we want to decide and train people. And for me, I have one book to guide all my decisions. And I don't know how many books or how many philosophies it takes to govern, but all of my decisions must come from the wisdom that I get just from the Bible. I just use one book. And sometimes reading it plainly and making a decision. So I believe that there are times when God doesn't get what he wants either. So he understands where we're at when we want what we want and we don't always get it. But it takes patience and it takes perseverance to lead in any capacity, whether it's church or state or school or foreman on a job. Lots of difficult decisions to make. So for that reason, I'd like to pray for all of you today. Our great Lord God in heaven, you are a ruler, you are a king, you run your own kingdom. And you give us the guiding principles on decision-making and wisdom and patience and perseverance because that's exactly what it takes for you to run your kingdom and to rule over this world in the way that you do. And Lord, I thank you for the promises that you've made to all of us, that those who will seek first your kingdom and your righteousness, all these other things that we need to live by that bring us peace and joy, happiness, all these things will be added to us if we would just seek your kingdom first. So I pray for the people in this room, whether they are the elected officials or the onlookers, people who have to abide by the decisions that are made. Lord, I thank you for this land. I thank you for this county, this country, this nation and state, that as we went through this season of change with the colors and just to enjoy driving around and looking to see what St. Croix County is like and what it's all about. From the new bridge being built, to the new roads being built, to the new churches being built, and for the congregations that flourish. I thank you for the people in this room that give us a place to abide and to thrive here in St. Croix County. So I pray for them as they discuss and debate plans and policies that involve people and their jobs and their incomes and their futures, including their own future. Lord, you know what it's like for us to persevere through hard times. And so we just pray that no matter how hard or difficult these times are, that we would have that sense of contentment and joy that we find first in you and in others and in our churches, our fellowships around St. Croix County. So I ask for your blessing on this day. And as we go through this time in November, as we get ready to honor the veterans next week, and as we go on to remember on a Thanksgiving Day of how the founding people of this nation were thankful first to you for their safety and their health, even though it was tragic for their voyage, they were thankful for what they had. And so as we go through Veterans Day and Thanksgiving in this month, Lord, help us to remember you first and foremost in all. And we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I will say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Cindy, we'll have roll call now. Supervisor Hanson? Thank you. We have everyone here today. Thank you. We have the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented today? Supervisor Peavy, seconded by Supervisor Osnes. Any questions? Any additions? If not, we'll vote on that then. Supervisor Nielsen. Thank you. Unanimous. At this time, we have for public comment for anything that's not on the agenda. If there's somebody here from the public that wants to speak on something that's not on the agenda, now is the time to do that. Nobody from the public that wants to speak? One more time. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak to something that's not on the agenda? Okay, thank you. We will move on. We'll go to Administrator Thompson for his recognition.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. This morning, we have one employee recognition. For someone that works in the Child Support Agency. I would ask Lisa Plunkett to come up and join me. Lisa works in the Child Support Agency, and on October 1st, 2014, Lisa was chosen as the 2014 Wisconsin Child Support Enforcement Association Worker of the Year, statewide recognition. Lisa received this recognition because she is exceptionally successful caseworker, and she is also a champion of the child support program and county initiatives. Lisa routinely participates on statewide training panels, the Wisconsin-Minnesota Border Project, and our local free legal clinic. Lisa is also a ROW, which is the Results Only Work Environment Training Facilitator, and serves on the St. Croix County Staff Advisory Committee. During this past year, Lisa also assisted the Pepin County Child Support Agency providing staff training and ease and case management duties associated with our service agreement with Pepin County. The director in Pepin County expressed her gratitude for everything Lisa has helped them with and had this to say, and I quote her, "Lisa's professional mindset demonstrates her passion for meeting consumer needs and willingness to be a team player and a true servant to others. Lisa is motivated to succeed in her work and committed to being a team player at St. Croix County. Her skills and experience are a major contribution to the success of not only the Child Support Agency at St. Croix County, but the St. Croix County organization as a whole. So on behalf of the county administration and the County Board of Supervisors, Lisa, we would like to recognize you with a certificate of recognition. This certificate is presented to Lisa Plunkett in recognition of her dedication and service to St. Croix County. Our sincere gratitude is extended to you this 6th day of November 2014, and it's signed by myself and Chairman of the Board, Roger Larson. So on behalf of the board, thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you.
deserve. I'd also like to display the plaque that Lisa was presented at their last association meeting, and this is the statewide recognition for Child Support Agency Worker of the Year. So
you.
congratulations again, Lisa. Good job.
Can I say a few things?
Yes, by all means, please do.
I just want to say that this recognition is honor. We, as a child support agency, work together as a team, so my efforts aren't just myself. The whole office should be honored for what we have achieved and done in the past 7 years since I've been here, but prior to that, they were pretty good too. Just a little bit better this time. Thank you all.
Thank you, and congratulations to Lisa on that. And now we have appointments.
Yes, we have one appointment this morning. This appointment is to the Board of Adjustment. The process that we used was Ellen Denzer and her staff and myself interviewed 3 candidates for the Board of Adjustment. There was a lot of interest to serve on a seat that became vacant in August. And based on those interviews, I'm pleased to bring forward for your consideration and support the nomination of Dave Nickum. Dave resides in the town of Baldwin. He's been a resident in the town of Baldwin since 1971. Dave has served on the town of Baldwin Plan Commission for 8 years. He has also served on the building committee for the new Baldwin Town Hall. He's a member of the First Reformed Church Baldwin Council. He served as a council elder for 12 years. He's also, and I didn't know this before I met Dave, was that he is a long-term former employee of the St. Croix County Highway Department. He worked for our highway department for 28 years. And we were out yesterday at the recognition ceremony with Bill Peavy and myself, and Dave Osnes was there, and we were recognizing years of service for the highway department. And for anyone to achieve 28 years of service is a true milestone. Dave has also worked for S&C Bank as a courier in New Richmond for 6.5 years. He's a hobby farmer since 1971, raising horse, cattle, sheep, 130-acre hobby farm. He's married to Karen, who has worked at the Baldwin Hospital for over 40 years in the operation room as a OR supervisor, and he has 2 daughters. He resides in Woodville. So I'm honored to present Dave's, my recommendation to appoint Dave as our newest member for the Board of Adjustment. Dave, can you stand up so the board can see who this is? And a lot of you probably know Dave. So I turn the nomination over to the board for your consideration.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? So moved by Supervisor Peterson, second by Supervisor Hanson. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. We'll vote on that then. Yes. Welcome to Dave on that. It's 100%. We'll move on to the administrator's report, the financial.
Yes, I believe the financial report went out in a separate email to the board. And I don't know if there are any questions regarding the monthly financial report. Tabitha's here if you have any specific questions, or did you want to point out any highlights?
There were just two things. One, when we were preparing the report, noticed that Human Resources looks like it has 113% variance. That's actually incorrect. There's almost a $77,000 journal entry that we need to reduce that account by and move it over to our health insurance account. And then the other comment I wanted to make is on the debt service fund. It does look over budget, but realize that you did approve that 2014 bond issuance just 2 months ago. So we're still in line with everything that was approved. We just had to pay for our Moody's bond rating and pay for our Springstead financial advisor services. So those are two key items I wanted to point out.
Supervisor Osmus?
Tabitha, under capital project bonding, what was that 379,000 for, please?
Going to have to check into that detail and get back to you specifically.
Any other questions at all on the monthly financial report?
No other questions? Okay, thank you. Did you get your answer? Okay. Still.
I can actually answer that question. I looked it up really quick. What that is so in the debt service account, you see the payment for the debt. The capital projects bonding, those are expenses we've incurred in our, what we're calling the 2014 bond. So against the bond you just issued, we've already incurred expenses towards that to the tune of $379,552. So of the 10 million, we've spent 379.
Was that for service center? Or what was that, or phase 2 downstairs?
It probably is a combination of both because both expenses are in that fund.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion to approve.
Another
I have
question?
a question. Have a question first,
Murky?
Chair Larson. I wanted to clarify under Human Resources Compensation 5A, Cost of Living Adjustment 2%. I would expect some further discussion about that regarding the 2015 budget. Just for clarification. Well, I'm in the 5, after capital improvement, human resources compensation.
You're on the executive budget summary. We'll address
Okay,
that.
okay,
Yep,
okay,
yep.
thank you.
Okay. So now, do we have a motion to approve the financial report? Don't need that? Okay, then we'll move on then. There's no other questions? There are no annual department reports, so we'll move into the new and old business 2015 County Administrator's recommended budget. And I'll turn it over to Pat Thompson for that, the administrator.
Just push the. Yep. Oh, there it is. You can just push forward. All right, what I was anticipating doing, members of the board, was going through a fairly brief summary of the budget. I'll try to get through all of it, and then if there are some questions, we should probably, I mean, I can answer questions regarding this, but then a little bit further on down on the agenda is the actual resolution to approve the budget, and at that point, I would anticipate during the discussion of that resolution that's where, if you have specific questions on the budget, probably would be best to address them during the discussion on the resolution. I'd like to just go through a pretty quick, high-level summary of the budget, and a lot of this we covered in committee of the whole, so I'm going to go through it fairly expeditiously. Just a brief discussion on the county budget timeframe. County governments throughout the state of Wisconsin typically have their budget approval, final budget approval in November. The Wisconsin Department of Revenue actually requires submittal of an apportionment form by the, it's working on my screen, but not the other one. Sorry about this. Do I have to? Pardon? Okay, so the budget approval process takes place in November. As I said, the law requires an apportionment form to be submitted to the state by the 15th, and then state statute requires approval by November 30th. And the county clerk, Cindy, needs to transmit to the DOR a statement of all of the summary detail of the budget. Some of the challenges and opportunities which we covered with the committee of the whole are the increasing demands for county services, which we feel the budget does address, the demand for increased staffing. We've addressed issues in public safety through staffing and keeping up with technology through the budget. The costs of doing business continue to rise, although we have seen a recent stabilization in the cost of fuel. It's volatile and it's seasonal, and so although the recent decline in the cost of fuel is encouraging, I'm not sure if we can project that too far going forward into next year. The cost of construction, energy, commodities, you name it. Our aging county infrastructure with our communications, highways, bridges, facilities, we feel through the capital improvement plan, which we'll be reviewing, has addressed many of our aging infrastructure needs. Staff compensation and benefits, the cost of living, the market study reclassification, pay for performance. All this in a moderate economic recovery. This is a summary of the levy. We are poised for growth. We continue to be the fastest growing county in the state of Wisconsin, and our budget needs to reflect that. And I feel it does. Although our operating levy is increasing, and we factor in bridge aid levy and the library levy, the total change in our overall levy is increasing, a little over 5%. But we are addressing longstanding both personnel and infrastructure needs, and we talk about St. Croix County as being the fastest growing county in the state. Well, we need to be poised and ready and strategic about that growth in terms of service delivery in St. Croix County. Although, as I mentioned, the levy reflects an increase, the overall tax rate, which is the most important part, is actually showing a slight decrease, 0.85% decrease in the mill rate, which is the tax rate. So factoring in provisions for growth within the budget, we have the capacity, with a lot of hard work and effort, we have the capacity to experience some growth in our levy, and actually show a modest decrease in the mill rate. Next slide. Thank you, Cindy. Our AA1 bond rating upgrade reflects this responsible fiscal stewardship. The recommended budget makes prudent use of unassigned fund balance by applying it to long-term infrastructure improvements. I've noted there what our fund balance policy is, and we show the unassigned fund balance and the capital improvements which we are recommending going forward to be used with the unassigned fund balance, a portion of it. And we still retain, as the budget is recommended, a 40% of fund balance to general fund expenditures. Our policy adopted by the board calls for 25 to 35%, which is conservative. We exceed the policy by 5% in terms of our overall unassigned fund balance percentage to general fund expenditures, even with addressing long-standing capital infrastructure needs. Next slide. Yes, the CIP, I feel, reinvests for our future. In May of this year, you, as the county board, approved the first ever 5-year capital improvement plan. You as a new board, I believe it was your second county board meeting. Administration and the CIP team have updated this 5-year capital improvement plan and recommends a little over $2.2 million for the 2015 capital expenditures. There's a high-level breakdown of those expenditures. The CIP maintains and enhances the value of county property. You ask, how is it funded? Well, the $2.2 million being recommended for 2015 is funded as shown here, using unassigned general fund balance, which I've pointed out, of $1.3 million, excess sales tax fund balance, some balance applied from the Health and Human Services fund balance, and some parks fund balance, and jail assessment fees. There's also $211,000 of tax levy for the CIP of $2.2 million. What's important about this CIP, not only is that it the first ever long-range planning that this county has ever done in terms of meeting long-range infrastructure needs, which in prior years, for those of you that weren't on the board, it was an excruciating process to budget in the operating budget for capital improvement items going forward. And and this is not unique to St. Croix County, but counties that try to fund their capital improvements with operating funds, it always becomes a process of, the very first area where cuts are made. And so historically, capital improvement needs get the short end of the straw in terms of budgeting, because it's easier to make cuts if you need to make cuts in that area. What's important about this plan going forward that needs to be emphasized is that it is funded, and we believe it is sustainable going forward. So we finally have a mechanism in place to address some very serious capital infrastructure needs going forward, and still not jeopardizing the general fund unassigned balance, going back to the slide before of 40%. And I believe that this is sustainable going forward. Switching gears a little bit more now towards the human resources side of the budget. We believe that proactive, inclusive, and aggressive management of the health insurance fund is showing results and continues to show results. The health insurance is about 10% of the overall county budget. This year, in this year's budget, what's being recommended is actually a 3% decrease in the overall premium. This is unusual for an organization our size. We see trends anywhere from 10 to 15% increases all across the board. And we have been able, through some pretty good management of the health insurance fund and building that fund up and aggressively addressing issues with our wellness committee and the health insurance committee, really strategically listening to our employees for suggestions as to what we can do better with this part of our budget. We have been able to demonstrate both a stabilization of the health insurance part of our budget, which historically has been like a roller coaster at Great American Park. We've stabilized it, and we're actually seeing a slight decrease for 2015. We'll continue to address issues with healthcare reform as that continues to evolve. The budget responsibly addresses and funds, and I underline that, 4 areas of compensation: pay for performance, COLA, labor market study, and reclassifications, and I'll cover those separately. Our compensation philosophy continues to be to try to attract, retain, and motivate employees. Overall compensation, salary and fringe, comprises about 56% of our overall budget. Pay for performance, being recommended at $650,000, is less than 1% of the overall county budget, or a little over 1.5% of total compensation. It puts it a little bit in perspective. Okay, the first area, pay for performance. Pay increases based on job performance and core competencies. We have $450,000 of new levy being recommended in the budget. We're recommending carry forward of $200,000. These are dollars that the board in prior years has allocated and budgeted for pay for performance that have not been used. And so those dollars don't just drop to the bottom line, they stay in a separate designated fund. And we're recommending the balance be carried forward to help offset future costs for pay for performance. Also, we show the newly revised matrix, which was approved by the staff advisory and the HR Policies and Procedures Handbook work group. The second area is cost of living adjustment. A lot of discussion about this. Adjust the pay grid over time to reflect inflation. Usually done approximately every 3 years, but that's entirely up to the board. It doesn't have to be every 3 years. Some organizations look at it every year. I'm not implying that we should, but we should keep our eye on it. But typically, historically, average with organizations our size, they usually try to address the index, the CPI index, approximately every 3 years. It's been a while for this organization since we've done a COLA adjustment. So importantly, the budget includes a 2% cost of living adjustment effective January 1st of 2015 for all employees. And I broke that down into the cost for general county and also our law enforcement group, which by contract, we are obligated to pay that, which we agreed to. COLAs are separate It's sometimes confusing when you compare all these, like the four buckets or the four areas that I identified. Going back, can we go back one slide, Cindy? 2 slides, actually. They are P4P, COLA, labor market, and reclass. Now we'll go forward to, yeah, it's sometimes can be a little bit confusing. So I said that COLAs are separate from P4P and are typically tied to an external index such as the CPI. And like I said before, it's not done every year. I wouldn't anticipate a COLA in 2016 or 2017. We're probably looking at 3 years out where we would have to go back in and look and see what, it depends on inflation and, where things stand 3 years from now. Okay, the third area, labor market study. There's been discussion about that. The intent or goal of the labor market study is to compare our employee compensation levels to an administration committee predefined list of regional comparables. The market study will address the list of regrade requests along with all other positions. And we've listed the regrade requests that have come through the HR department. And my recommendation is that we address these regrades through the market study. The next slide, which is a continuation of the labor market study, tries to define what a regrade is. Basically, it's looking at a position and comparing it to a similar position in the market, in the region. What I'm recommending, and this is a slight deviation from what we talked about with the committee of the whole, I'm recommending the completion of the market study in the first and second quarter of 2015, review those recommendations of the market study with the administration committee in most likely the second quarter of 2015, and ultimately approval by the county board for implementation and budgeting in 2016. So that is a little bit different. We were originally, when the budget was put together, we were going to try to fund implementation of the market study in 2015. What I'm recommending is that we utilize contingency fund, which was originally contemplated, that's not different, to complete the market study. We will issue RFPs, we will hire an outside consultant to come in and do the market study. We believe we have sufficient funding in the contingency fund to pay the cost of that market study. The administration committee will oversee this process and report back to the board, most likely in second quarter 2015, in anticipation of our 2016 budget. Next slide. The fourth categories are reclassifications. Reclassifications takes a position, and this is different from a regrade or a market study. A reclassification actually looks at the job responsibilities and duties of an existing job classification to try to recognize if there are any changes in the duties and responsibilities of the position. We've listed a couple examples. If a legal assistant over time has new duties and responsibilities assigned to the position, it is technically working in a higher classification. Annually, the HR department, and this is per the HR handbook, reviews those requests or recommendations that come forward from department heads, makes a recommendation to the county administrator, who then makes a recommendation to the administration committee and ultimately to the county board through the budgetary process. It is not contemplated that reclassification requests come to the board or to the administration committee mid-year or out of cycle. This past year, there were some new position requests that came came through, and the new board felt it was a priority to address some of those requests that came in mid-cycle. I would suggest that we abide by this recommendation, that we try to address any requests for new positions or reclassifications annually through this process that we're going through now. And this is a recommendation also of the Human Resources Policies and Procedures Handbook that recently was revised in September. We've listed the positions that have been recommended for reclassification that are funded in the 2015 budget. New positions. The county administrator has recommended 7 new positions in the 2015 budget. All levy-funded positions, which are all of them except one, will commence mid-year to minimize startup costs. And there is the list of the positions, and that's the same list that we saw with Committee of the Whole. Position revision approved. Those are positions that have some increased hours. They're not new positions. Some positions are part-time or less than full-time status that we've increased some hours to. And then we have the 8 job reclassifications, which I reviewed in the prior slide. The budget also addresses a major public safety concern in the St. Croix County Government Center. We have a resolution on this on your agenda this morning. Why am I bringing it up now is because it's funded in the budget to complete the front entrance screening in the Government Center. We have the equipment budgeted, and we have $90,000 budgeted for personnel. Contemplates a startup by the time we make the modifications necessary to the front entrance, get the equipment in place, get the staffing levels finalized with the Chief Judge of the 10th Judicial District and the Sheriff. We will staff the front entrance screening in September. And that the funding that is included in the budget contemplates positive recommendation coming forward on that item later in the agenda with a resolution. If there are modifications to that, then the budget would have to be, I mean, there's some flexibility there, but I wanted to bring this up now because so you know it is still in the budget. Next slide is a continuation of the front entrance screening, and that's the language that's actually taken right from the resolution. We have the funding, where it says that the county administrator is directed to include the funding in the proposed budget. It is included. Be it further resolved, the county administrator is directed to develop an administrative policy governing any security screening procedures. There is a draft policy. And then the Chief Judge of the 10th Judicial District and the Sheriff basically decide how it's going to be staffed in the front. And finally, acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge all the time and effort, blood, sweat, tears, you name it, that went into preparing this budget. The board is well aware of the $3 million gap which we were faced with when we started this process. The finance director, her team, department heads, who many of them are here, have worked together as a team to try to balance this budget. And it was not easy. I believe this budget represents a responsible use of taxpayer dollars, and it is my honor to present it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. At this time, we have a public hearing on the 2015 proposed budget per Wisconsin statute 65.903. So the public hearing is now open. So if there's any discussion from the public at this time, we are open for discussion on the proposed budget. I don't see anybody from the public coming forward to discuss anything on the proposed budget at this time. I'll mention it 3 times. Does anybody want to come forward to talk about the proposed budget in the public hearing? One more time, is anybody from the public that wants to talk about the proposed 2015 budget at this time can step forward? If there's nobody stepping forward, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. The third item on the agenda is the resolution approving library exemptions. Do I have a motion from the floor? Supervisor Schottner. Motion, do I have a second? Supervisor Schoberg, seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion on the library? If there's no discussions, we can vote on this then. One no and abstained, otherwise others are yes. Thank you. At this time, we have the resolution adopting the 2015 budget and approving other expenditures. I need a motion to that effect. Supervisor Osnes' motion. Do I have a second? Supervisor Schottner seconds that. Now it's open for discussion on the 2015 budget. Supervisor Berkey.
A question or some discussion, if you will, regarding the suggestion of COLA for employees. I feel that it's, because we're having the wage study that's going to be done, I think that it would be appropriate to have COLA in 2% for only those employees that received less than 10% increase in reclassification in this current year, that 2% COLA would be on those, not on the base wage, but would be an adjustment, or if you prefer to call it a bonus. I'd like to put that in the form of an amendment, if I could, please. So the amendment would be to, in 2015, to give a flat rate of 2% to employees or positions, $750 of those that received less than 10% of increase due to reclassifications in 2014, this being an adjustment and not part of the base wage.
You have all that, Cindy?
I'm going to ask you to repeat that, please.
Okay, so the amendment to the proposed budget for 2015 with respect to employee compensation, COLA, would be to give to all employees, i.e. positions, $750, with the exception of those positions that received 10% and greater increase due to the reclassifications in 2014, this being an adjustment and not part of the base wage.
Supervisor Osnes?
All second for discussion.
So Supervisor Schoberg?
I spoke out quite loudly at the last meeting in favor of a cost of living adjustment. And since that time, I've heard a lot of comment about it and how it's kind of in an opposite direction of the purpose of the market study. And so in that regard, I am in favor of Supervisor Berkey's proposed amendment to this budget. It won't change the dollar amounts, but it'll change those 4 factors that our administrator pointed out. So rather than the cost of living, which was deemed to be 2%, and that had a dollar value of $526,000, that we not lose that dollar value, because we want that to go to our employees. But instead of it being a 2% across the board, which then might reward some employees who just last year's budget received in excess of a 10% increase in compensation. So the prior board, not the current board, passed a resolution last year for this current budget that we're under that saw fit to award a market study-based increase in compensation for a number of employees in excess of 10%. So I don't want that to happen again now. I do want a market study to happen. And so I was listening to Supervisor Keister's explanation at the administration committee of what the market study is supposed to do, what pay for performance is supposed to do. And I admit I'm a new kid on the block here, so it takes me a while to learn all this stuff. Supervisor Keister has been at it a little bit longer, so finally it did sink into me. So I like the proposal where a flat rate would be awarded to each employee for next year. Ms. Berkey says $750. I'll later want to amend that to maybe a slightly smaller amount, but we'll see on that. I'm not making that amendment right now. I'm speaking in favor of the amendment, first of all. So $750 flat merit pay, that will absorb part of the $526,000 COLA amount. It's not going to be COLA anymore, according to this amendment. And instead, the excess over that $750 amount would be, if you will, banked for purposes of making adjustments when the market study is concluded. And if I recall from some prior administration committee comments, we wanted to actually accelerate the market study. We didn't want to have it wait until the end of the second quarter of next year. We wanted to have actually some requests for proposals in our hands at the next administration committee meeting. So I'd like to have that thing accelerated. We owe it to the employees to have a market study done so we know how we stand. And I think the market study does adjust for cost of living. So part of market study is to say, here's how everybody should be paid relative to this now defined labor market that some of our employees enjoyed an adjustment last year, and now we want all employees to benefit from the same thing. So, if you will, there's $526,000 earmarked in the budget, and I love the budget altogether. I commend everybody for all the work they've done on it. This is the tweak. And the tweak is actually coming out of my own mouth here because I was a proponent of cost of living until I finally let it all sink in. So the nice thing about the flat dollar amount is, for those who are listening to this, couple years ago, there was a health insurance adjustment that is a flat dollar amount that's taken out of people's paychecks. And if you're paid $90,000 a year, that's hit to your paycheck isn't as noticeable as if you're paid $30,000 a year. So it's the same dollar amount, but now we're adjusting. So kind of in reflection of that, to be fair to our employees, that's why we're going with this proposed $750 flat adjustment. So I would state that if Ms. Berkey's amendment did not include an acceleration of the market study and the banking of any excess, that I would entertain an amendment that would do those two things. So that's my speech in favor of the merits of the proposed amendment to our budget.
Supervisor Berkey?
I might point out that indeed, to accelerate the market study implementation and to begin compensation based on that, the findings of the wage study in 2015. Don't know if I can include that in my amendment, that the findings of the wage study be implemented in 2015. January 2015, after we've done the wage study.
I got, Tammy Funk wants to say something, so.
Good morning. I actually was just kind of trying to seek clarification as you're looking at this. It's my understanding it's your motion, Supervisor Berkey, that only through the reclassification part of January 14th was that received 10%, or anyone throughout the entire year of 2014 that received over 10%?
I'm referring to those reclassifications that were done in 2013 and started in 2015, January 1.
Okay, so that would
And
be
10%.
three positions, just so you know. That would be the HR director, the finance director, and one social worker. Because prior to the September change of the handbook, where we set the 5%, we had internal rules that said we set people at the next pay grade, that's at 5%, or if the reason that they are being regraded is due to the market, and mostly an external market, then we would look at placing them at the midpoint. So
And
those
what-
people would be just, the merit would go to everybody. This non-base would be a $750 one-time kind of a merit or bonus to all other employees besides the sheriff's union.
Okay, maybe I need further clarification. Those positions that receive 10% or greater increase awarded at the end of 2013 and started in 2014, how many employees were those?
3.
And
The
what
3
positions, what
Yep.
positions are those?
The HR director, the finance director, and one social worker.
Okay, and the number of employees that received those in beyond January 1st, 2015, how many employees?
It's a much larger number because that starts getting at things through promotions. We had highway employees that were implemented on the grid, got paid for performance and a promotion, so I'd have to run the numbers. When we were talking originally, you were looking at those over 5%. We had 54 employees. I had at least another 20 employees throughout the year. I mean, we have a number of reports that we can pull that show what exactly the pay rate changes. That's why I wanted clarification. It was just those reclasses at the beginning of the year, or anyone that exceeded 10% increase in their pay, their base pay in 2014.
And what was the percentage increase, for instance, of the facilities director and the risk management position?
Somewhere between 5 and 7, I believe. There's only 3 that exceed the 10%.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would speak against the amendment. It seems to me that if we are going to do a labor market study, we should wait until it is finished and then take the time to do the analysis so that we are not taking the risk of bypassing somebody who deserves any type of increase in compensation, or overcompensating somebody whose job category, not the person, has exceeded the market value for that position. This is not, I say this with deference and respect for my colleague Jill, but I think at this point we don't have the right information to make an informed decision At least I don't, so I have to vote no on this amendment.
Supervisor Schottner?
I just have a question of clarification. The market study, was that a part of the amendment, the trying to speed it up, was that a part of the amendment that was put forward, or is that somebody else put amendment forward and now we're waiting on a second on that? I'm confused.
I actually wanted to include that we do the market study expeditiously here in 2015, and that we implement that in 2015 as well.
Mr. Chair, point of order. The amendment on the floor belongs to the body. Amending the amendment at this point would be against the rules.
Supervisor Nielsen, you had something to say?
I think you could do a friendly amendment. If the mover and the seconder are supportive of the amendment, you can add that to this amendment.
It would have to be an amendment to the amendment, right?
That is correct.
I'm fine with leaving the amendment as it is, and then at a later time, we could introduce another amendment. Another
Amendment later.
amendment to the budget for next year. Is that appropriate?
That's fine.
And I would just add that, as Pat proposed, this was a plan trying to address the concerns of a cost of living and a market study all at one time, that you could delay one or the other. Otherwise, in the budget, Jill, is what we've allocated for the market study. Supervisor Schoberg's correct that we talked about bringing 3 vendors to the administration committee this month. Now, in light of the ongoing discussion with the board, and I think the administration committee needing to make some additional decisions, we plan at the next meeting to lay out all the details of that process. I absolutely agree with you. It's important to get that done. It was more about, but when are you implementing it? You don't want to do a study and then sit on it. You want to make sure you're reacting to it. I don't think that many jobs are off, but pay for performance is a great reward if my base pay is correct for my job. And if we're recruiting new staff and hiring at higher rates than existing because of our market, then we need to adjust that. So I 100% support that the market study does need to be done. I don't know if you would need to make that in your motion, because I think we've already at the administration committee talked about by the end of the first quarter, and that would still be achievable. You as a board will still have a lot of decisions to make about your pay philosophy, where you want to be in the market, and that will impact the dollars. So there could be a budget amendment discussion in 15 if it's more than what we have allocated for that.
Supervisor Peterson.
At our previous committee of the whole meeting, I know that I spoke against at least maybe a 2% across the board COLA because of the expense. I think Supervisor Schoberg's remedy sounded fairly good to me. In the meantime, I think that we do need to do that market study. And as Supervisor Hanson said, we need to get the facts right and get it done. All that said, my thought is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we're talking 3 or 4 employees on Supervisor Soberg's original suggestion of not receiving the 500, if it's 1,500 or whatever, why would we want to get bogged down at this late point? My thought would be keep it simple, give everybody the 500 or whatever it comes up to that Supervisor Soberg suggested, and then let's get the market study done early and proceed from there. At least we're giving our employees something in the interim. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Supervisor Osnes.
Supervisor Berkey, if I may, what we're doing, or what you're proposing, is taking the 2% COLA, that full amount, and dividing it by the 600 plus employees, and that would be an equal payment to each of those employees. Am I correct?
I would like not to give that, there's some common sense to what you're saying and that makes some sense, but I would like to, I'm surprised that there's only 3 employees. And so I'm inclined to change that to those that received 6% or greater, not to be applicable to that $750. And I'm not, could you be a little bit more specific about a figure? When you take that 2% across the 600 employees divided by?
Okay, and then we're going to assume that's merit pay, and once the market study is done, it's your intention through your amendment that we would implement that results right away, and that we're assuming also that would include cost of living?
When the market study is done, we would implement changes, whether it's up, down, or red line or freezing position wages, and that we get on with that in 2015 and not wait until 2016. However, my consideration also at this time is I originally in the amendment indicated 10% of those employees that were given 10% or greater in 2014. I would like to change that, if possible, to 6% or greater would not receive that adjustment, if you will.
Supervisor Kiesler. Supervisor Kiesler.
Am I free to go?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple things here, just for clarification, in terms of what my position has been at the Administrative Committee, at the Committee of the Whole, and here today. My issue with a cost of living, or COLA, is that, in essence, as it follows the Consumer Price Index, it's basically for, and this is a broad generalization, tells us the inflation rate of the price of bread, as an example. A market study opposed to that, or contrary to that, looks at a position and says, what's the value of that position in the market today? That's a very different way of looking at how we give increases. Now, a market study, in essence, would take into effect any consumer price index as other entities also adjust their wage and compensation package. So we need to settle on one position. Are we going to do consumer price index adjustments, which doesn't look really at, or doesn't relate much to, a system where you're doing a market study and then merit pay in relation to the work that's being done? One values the position in the marketplace. One says, this is what's happened through inflation, and so in order to keep up with inflation, so I can keep buying the same number of loaves of bread every year, we're going to give you a lift. They're two different issues. So I just want to say that's why I am fundamentally and in principle opposed to any COLA discussion, since previous boards and this board, trying to support previous boards, have endorsed the merit system and pay for performance system. Once you lock yourself into that, principally speaking, you are then saying we are going to be doing market studies every 3 years, which is exactly what our human resource manual does. We did that. We just went and voted that through. Now, a market study was done in 2011. Implemented 2012, 2013, 2014. That's 3 years. We would now be doing another market study in early part of 2015, retroactive to January. We would be very consistent with what we just passed in our employee handbook if we just simply stay the course. getting off track into this COLA system, I don't believe is a wise idea. Now, having said that, I need to speak to the motion that's being made. That was a point of clarification of where my position is, and I hope it's understood and respected. But in terms of the motion that's being proposed, people need to understand one very simple thing. If we take a number of $500 or $750, if you divide $526,000, which is what has been set aside for the proposed COLA, divide that by 650 employees, and I'm not exactly sure on the number, but I used that about 2 minutes ago in my calculation, you come out to about $809-ish. Okay, a 750 basically uses up the entire bank that's been set aside for the COLA. Now, that wasn't a base increase, is what the motion was. So basically what's happening is you've used that bank up. Now we do a market study. So if my wage was $10 an hour and you gave me $750 or $500, that doesn't adjust my wage at all. I'm still at $10 an hour, correct? Now we do a market study. The market study says I should be paid $12 an hour. That $2 an hour difference or $4,000 difference a year, I've got no way to fund that because you've just used up your bank in giving this merit or bonus. It's gone. You've erased it. So now I have absolutely no way to fund the market study. We do this time and time again at the federal level and sometimes at the state level where we pass laws and then we don't pass the funding to implement those. I suggest at the local level, we don't do that. What I would suggest is we slow down our COLA system, erase that, keep the money there, put it in a designated fund so that when the market study is done by the end of the first quarter, we can then retroactively go back and fund the new market study, which then sets our positions, all 177 classifications, evenly across the board. And if positions were higher than that, they need to be brought down. If they were lower, they need to be brought up. We have a lot of discussion about what took place last year during the budget cycle and that a market study was done. That market study was not done with board approval. That market study was done with admin approval. They went out and selected counties. That was not in the Carlson-Dittman report, which the HR manual, which several of our supervisors were part of, looked at, along with Corp Counsel, and put those counties into the market study. So to say I should be redlined for those positions at a level that was never endorsed by the board, but now we have a new market study that is endorsed by the board, well, that's comparing apples to oranges. We shouldn't let the oranges sit up here until the apples catch up. That was never truly endorsed and supported by an admin committee or by a full county board to the best of my knowledge, other than to pass it as part of the budget. So I think we need to go back, take a step back, do the market study, and have a designated fund along with whatever other amendments that might be made. And I've heard up to this date that there may be several amendments also being offered that would save money within our current budget, that money also be banked or put into that same designated fund so that when we do the market study, which I believe will lift salaries, because for the first time we're truly going into a market Minnesota, which I believe has higher wages than Wisconsin. So I think we will see a lift. That would be my prediction. Could be dead wrong, but in 3 to 5 months, I'll be proven right or wrong, and then we can go from there. That's my concern at this point as we start to get into very granular ways to slice and dice this situation. So I offer that as a thought, my position would be, again, to vote against this current amendment, respectfully so. I know what you're trying to do, and I appreciate supporting the employees. I'm trying to support them as well. But I think we need to do this very carefully and very cautiously and with good data behind us. And I think that can be done in an expeditious manner. We just need to make the effort to do that. Thank you for the time.
Be right back.
I'm speechless still, and that's hard to believe. What would happen if we did the market? I'm afraid at the rate we're going to do a market study and just throw people up wherever they're going to be right away. I'm not real convinced of that right now. I think we've got the time. I think we should slow it down a little bit and get it done right the first time. My suggestion would be perhaps holding off on any payments at all until July 1st. Find out what the market study is. Find out where everybody is on the grid. And start the new pay out the 2% COLA in July, which comes at a bad time because you got pay for performance at the same time, so you got two buckets there. But then put everybody on a grid with their correct salaries and begin that the 1st of January 2016.
That's getting away from order. Supervisor Ochroff?
Yeah. One of the, well, I probably won't use the right word, one of our measures that we had for the administrator was to improve the morale and trust of the employees. They have not had a COLA increase in about 3 years, to my knowledge. Right now, they're listening to us say, I mean, I'm getting across it, we don't think they're worth it. We think we should wait until the study's done and who knows what's going to happen with that. They haven't had it. It's been budgeted. And for us to say no kind of negates one of the main conditions that we put forth, that we as a board put forth for the administrator to do. And I am firmly feel that our employees deserve the COLA. And as regards to a set amount about whether some got 5 or 6 or 10, some of them may have been in the cost study. Others may have taken courses, gotten a degree, and spent money to get that increase. And why should they be penalized for striving ahead, which is what we want for our employees? That's, yeah.
Supervisor Peterson, coming down the line.
I guess my concern with mixing in the COLA or the one-time increase with the study and then proceeding in this next year to whatever the outcome of the study to enact that retroactively or even partially through the year, who knows how much increase that may entail, and I don't feel that that's fiscal responsibility for our constituents. My personal feeling is if the amendment's voted down, and if somebody, or I may even make a new amendment suggestion that we go with the flat fee. I know that some of my constituents or my fellow board members probably don't agree with that philosophy, but I think a one-time payment across the board to everybody, and I think that would send a message that we want to get it right. We want to get it done. We know that this may not be what you were expecting, but at least we've showed in my estimation that we're working at this. We want to do it right. We want to make it fair for everybody. That's my thought.
Supervisor Brinkman, you had something? Tell her.
I disagree with the supervisor's belief that this is a morale-based issue. And the reason I disagree with that is because as I understand it, the way it's been explained to me, is every 3 years we're going to do this market study. It sounds like, Tammy, now did we do one in '08?
There's been ongoing market studies. That was the spring study that
But,
never
but
got
for sure, we
approved.
did it in 11,
Yeah.
and now, so the 3 years later, we're doing it on time.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming we're gonna do one again, 3 years after that. So this market study is on time, and I agree with what Supervisor Kiesler says in regards that, so we're gonna do this, what would be more upsetting to you if you were an employee? Waiting to find out if you qualify for a pay increase, and then getting paid, or getting something now and then qualifying for a wage increase and there being no money to fund it? I think that would be a big negative myself. But I also, how many, Tammy, I'm just gonna ask you some questions,
Yeah.
just off the head. I mean, if you miss them by one or two, I understand. How many employees are we talking?
For the total group that would get some
Yep.
kind of amount?
Because the sheriff's
It would be
department
everybody
doesn't.
besides the sheriff's office.
Okay, so we're talking 600 employees.
550, 600 tab. Yeah.
Okay, 550 employees. Since of these 550 employees, in your estimation, how many of them have been reclassified or regraded or things like that since? Because as I understand it, some of these have been in place since 2008, correct?
2008 study was never approved by the board and therefore never implemented. So the first approval of any study was the Charlie Carlson of the non-represented employees. The market study was done the end of 2010 and it was implemented July of 2011. So everybody went on to a whole new pay grid and therefore a whole new pay grade. Then the scope employees came onto a pay grid following a study done the end of 2012 that got implemented April of 13. Highway, I placed on a grid March of 14.
Okay.
So we've never once since Springstead studied all jobs at one time from the exact same market, because before Act 10, unions had ability to bargain. It was a whole different, kind of interaction in terms of bargaining and arbitration. So this would be actually the first time all employees are looked at the same time with the same set of data, which is where definitely employees are wanting to have that. Now, in a market study, there are winners, losers, is how it gets received. I think people feel their job or themselves might be worth more, but there's only so much value for a job. So as Supervisor Kiesler said, some jobs may come up a pay grid, some may come down, some might be told you're exactly right. So that's kind of why we included the cost of living in there, because, and I think Supervisor Achterhoff and Supervisor Schoberg were on the staff advisory and the handbook committee, the employee survey we did, and the discussion there was cost of living increase is needed. We haven't had one. We all feel we need that, and then do this market study.
And I understand that, but here's what I'm hearing from my constituents, and whether it's right, wrong, or indifference, and Administrator Thompson, I'm not intending to pick on you, but your salary obviously is one that's talked about. So we hired Administrator Thompson in 2011 at a salary of $135,000.
Yep.
2 years later, he got a pay bump to $160,000.
First contract, yeah.
And now we're gonna give him 2% COLA.
No, well, he's not necessarily subject to that. He has an employment agreement, and he's not part of the pay grid. So the only thing he would receive as part of his agreement would be contingent on the performance appraisal that the board finalizes on. So depending on his evaluation score, if he's not on a pay grid, he's deemed at or above market. The most he could get is a payout. So if he gets a score of 3, he'd get a payout of 2%, but he would not change his base salary unless you would open his contract and change his base salary.
So the
So none of this
administrator,
applies to Pat.
so the administrator is not on the grid.
Correct. We've never
Okay.
brought that before. We had it on one as an example, but then we looked further at the handbook even at that time and what it is now. We have never actually placed the county administrator grid, and we actually set it as an unclassified position, which would leave it off the grid.
Okay, so now let's take that out of it.
Okay.
Let's go to the Human Resources Director, because that seems to be the next one I get talked to a lot about.
We shouldn't be getting into,
sizable
Getting into
increase a year ago at this
personalities.
time.
we shouldn't be getting into personalities and
Well,
talking.
I'm not getting into personalities.
but
I'm
you
trying
are.
to
You're
get into-
talking
I'm
about an
trying-
individual
But I'm trying
situation.
to base
But
this on.
generalize it and
this
talk to
is-
the chair instead of.
Okay, generalize this. Okay,
Well-
so we have a position that received a sizable increase last year, okay? And now we're going to give that person, that position, what I'm saying is, that position, I would assume in reclassifies and regrades, cost of livings are built in there, aren't they? I mean, aren't they figured when you do a, so you're gonna tell me that when we reclassify or regrade a job, we're using numbers from back in 2008?
No. Those changes last year, we're looking at what Supervisor Keys was talking about, the ability to recruit and retain in comparison to the external labor market. Jobs that you're seeing this year reclassified are saying they're not one, they're a different job title, and that happens to be at another pay grade. The hope of the market study, Supervisor Brinkman, would actually be for whoever has concerned about the information that was implemented in last year, the next market study should show. For those correct, it should validate that, it should show were they too high, too low, were they exactly on. So whether people perceive something was not correct, the data will now show, and that's where the board and the committee will get to decide, where do you want to be in this new market? It's not the 2008 market, it's not the 2011 market or the 13 market. You've defined a new market as of September of this year. So we can keep looking back or we can look forward. This is our new one. We talked in the administration committee, we need year 0. Everybody needs to be compared against that same one, and then up to every 3 years. You may have some jobs when it becomes vacant that we find we can't recruit, or the main reason we lose people for, and then we would have to come back to you as the board to adjust those as part of a budget.
So okay, so maybe I was understanding this incorrectly. A regrade is where we change the pay. A reclassification is where maybe the person's taken on additional duties, and that's what changed it.
They both can be, we've defined it differently. So comparing last year, we just talked about everything as reclassifications. The new handbook defines under Article 3, what's a reclassification, which is, I was a custodian, but now I do the duties of a mechanic. So I'm now classified as a mechanic, I should be paid as a mechanic. A regrade could be, I've taken on more duties, so maybe I'm a senior, custodian, I'm still a custodian, but I should now be paid at a higher pay grade, still the same job, or the market is saying, we pay our custodians $12 to $16. That's what the last market study showed. All of our incumbents are frozen, they're at 19. We need a market study to say, is that right? Because we're starting to fill some of these positions, and we're needing to hire them at the midpoint or above. That says to me, we might be too low on our custodians. We're trying to hire law enforcement clerks. We are very much struggling to get them court clerks. There are definitely some jobs that we struggle to get the right applicants and to hire them. There are others we can hire at step 1, 2, 3, which would show we're more than competitive.
And again, I'm going to go back to this body and say, we're gonna do this market study and have no way to pay these people. I think that's deflating.
Well, there's 100,000 allocated. I don't think we're that off, but that was the other piece of you could make sure you do it right, get all of the data, get all the information back to you, who makes the decisions, and then incorporate whatever implementation, depending on your pay philosophy, into the 2016 budget. One other way you could do it, rather than, I would caution the flat amount, and I understand the rationale behind it, but back in 2009, when the board did the flat $520, you have to think, what's the purpose of doing it? Just so we say we did, or are we really hoping to, I think Supervisor Ring, you talked about additive value. Is it really gonna make a difference or just be money spent? I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but the feedback I got from many employees at the time was, if the county needs their money that bad, they can keep it. Because after taxes, I maybe saw about $300, while at that time the union was still getting 1%, and you were here, Ron. So I would caution you, if you come up with that, what's the purpose of it? Cost of living is just that. It's saying, hey, in general, it does cost more. We know Wisconsin retirement took a lot out of net pay for employees. That's what they've asked us to give back to them, that they feel their general pay needs to allow them to kind of have the same take-home pay. That's why we think that's very important. So is the market study. The pay for performance changes are more expensive, but they align with the charge that we were given at the committee of the whole and the decisions you made in the handbook that people achieving their job should qualify for a base. So while it's a lot in 1 year, I do really think it helps us move forward. It addresses kind of and follows with the actions of the words that we've conveyed to employees. It's an investment, but it's in our greatest resources, our staff. We do lots of building infrastructure. There's millions of dollars of capital improvement. Well, this might be the year we need to do $1 million in staff to invest in them, to show how valued they are. And from that point forward, there should not be these significant changes. Pay for performance should allow people to move through a competitive wage grid.
Can I just finish my?
Supervisor Kiesler first.
I wasn't done though.
I'll get back to you.
Go ahead.
I will yield the floor, but I would like to speak next. Go ahead.
I just want to say this. So last year, these 9 jobs, were those reclassifications or regrades?
When
There are
there's
9
more than 9, there
positions.
was 14. We created some new titles, some were regraded, and as well, because of adjustments in their duties, some just went for internal equity reasons. So that's where it's hard because we define them differently going in from the new handbook than we did in the past. Regrade is this new term that we just defined in the new handbook. So everything in the past, whether it was a market study or we just changed it, we reclassified it. So it's hard to compare apples to apples in that discussion.
Okay, now I understand that. Okay, so regrade is a new term to the handbook that you guys created.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have the floor?
Supervisor
Thank you.
Kiesler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak to the comments of Supervisor Ackerhoff because it pains me more than the pain I feel in my face right now from some of the skin treatment I'm going through. And the painfulness is when a statement is made that we haven't done anything for these employees for 3 years. That's simply not accurate. What has happened? In 2011, a market study was done that balanced the positions. 3% was added onto their current. Then they went to the market and said, here's where you need to be at. That balanced the market. To say people didn't get anything, yes, they did get something. What they did was they were evaluated, and they got a base increase, which was a step, or a merit increase because they went above and beyond. Now, if they're at the top of the grid and they couldn't get a base, that's why we need to rebalance, because there's too many people at the top of the grid, or because we can't hire people other than putting them at the top of the grid. That's an indication that we need to do a market study, which is exactly what the admin committee has directed. That's what we need to do. It's not that we haven't given people enough. That is not it. We balanced the market. 3 years later, we need to rebalance it. Our personnel handbook calls for a 3-year rebalancing. I don't understand what the difficulty is. It's not a matter of some people have poor morale because they're not getting paid enough. We just asked the Human Service Board, why do you stay here 17 years, 18 years, 20 years? Their number one answer wasn't pay. That was about number 4 out of 5. The number one answer is because we like the colleagues we're working with and we have supervisors that support us and allow us to work autonomously. That's what keeps people here. We pay a fair wage. Is it fair with the market? That's what we need to decide. That's what the admin committee was asking for by doing what they did a month ago and saying, please, let's get that done expeditiously, and then let's move forward. This is not a situation where we haven't given people enough or whatever. We need to do COLAs. Please, that is not what we need to do. What we need to do is decide whether or not our current positions are fairly based in the market and do the rebalancing. That's exactly what we're trying to do. This budget, unfortunately, if we pass it without any amendments, puts it off until 2016. I don't want to wait till 2016. I want to get the fair market study done and get those individuals that are working so diligently and so hard for us to be fairly paid within the market in 15. But we need the money to pay for that. And the money will come from the COLA that we have set aside as $526,000. And it may also come from the $650,000. We thought we were going to use $450. We didn't. We missed the mark by apparently $200,000. That's almost a 50% oops that we can carry forward. There may be money, based on our history, that we have additional money there that we could also use. We don't know that, but it's possible. We just have to do the market study, have the money to pay for the market study.
Thank you. Supervisor Schochner? Got to come in order.
First, a point of clarification. The 3% bonus or 3% increase was up to 3%. So just to get you on the grid. So if it was a penny, you got a penny increase, which would, in any pay scale, even on minimum wage, would not be a 3% increase. It was just up to 3% to get you on the grid. Besides that, we have defined in the current manual the market, and that is why we're doing the market study. It's not because 3 years ago we did one and we're scheduled to do one now. It's because we defined in our newly passed employee handbook what the new market is, and that is why we're following up. So to try to tie, and the other part to it is trying to tie so much history with what happened with employees to where we're at and what we're facing now. As was said before, we're comparing apples to oranges, but it's not even that. We're comparing apples to turkey. We are in a completely different situation now with a completely different market now. We know that that our well-cherished grids that everybody talks about, many of them are very far off because we're hiring people towards the midpoint when they're supposed to be hired toward the low point. I'm against the implementation of the 750, just handing it out. I am actually for the COLA because that starts addressing the issue that these are off. I think it would be more prudent for us to do the COLA now and implement in 2016 the market study than it would be to set everything aside. We have our police force, which is on a completely different way of doing things, and everybody and all the employees are looking at us and saying, what are we going to do? I think moving forward with, I'm not for the amendment that was brought forward. I am actually for what was presented to us by the administrator. And the market study is just an update. It's just an update that we had done, that we are doing, not because of anything else, but the fact that we have completely implemented a new market to look at. If it wasn't for that, we probably wouldn't be talking about a market study right now, because everybody would be saying, why spend the money in the market study? Because we had one done just a few years ago.
I got to go in order here, so Supervisor Osnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I've got to thank Pat and Tabitha for the 2.5-hour meeting that we had last Thursday and the 1.5-hour meeting we had on Monday this week. My question, Tabitha, would be if we went with the one-time payout, we did the market study, and we tried to put people on a new grid per se, do we have any idea what that cost would be?
Is your question, the one-time payout is done, what would it cost to put individuals on the new grid?
As a result of the market study.
I have no idea what the market study will bring us. That's a complete
Can't tell.
unknown until we have the data in front of us.
Okay, so then my question is, where do we sit in funding that for next year? Is that, or where would the funds come from? Undesignated, or how do we pay for that?
Funding the implementation of the market study?
Yes.
We have identified contingency fund dollars as part of 2015, so if those aren't expended, those are available. Again, the cost is unknown. Where everyone would fall in the market, it's a complete unknown, whether it's 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, it's a complete unknown, and the board has yet to see the data and determine where do you want to be in the market. There's so many decisions to be made yet that for me to project a cost or an implementation is unknown. Right, that's why County Minister was just whispering that, that's why he's recommending the implementation of it in 2016, is that it affords us the time to get the data, understand it, analyze it. The board makes their decision as to where you want to be in the market, and then we do it right the first time.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right back. Just Supervisor Hanson.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a valuable and rich discussion on compensation. However, the amendment which is before us is quite separate from many of the threads of this conversation. I would call the motion, please, and then perhaps we can have these conversations on another amendment as it would be more appropriate.
It's fair. I have a call for the motion. There's no more discussion. We'll vote on the motion, and I'll have Cindy read that motion back so everybody's aware of that motion. It's an amendment.
Are you ready? Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Berkey, second by Supervisor Osnes, to amend the budget that in 2015, rather than across-the-board COLA, give a flat rate of $750 to employees with the exception of those that received a 10% and greater increase due to reclassification adjustments and not part of the base wage.
Point of order. If we're cutting off discussion, I think it requires a 2/3 vote to do that.
That is correct.
So is there, we should vote on whether we're cutting off discussion first.
Okay. So we're voting on cutting off discussion. So that's what you're voting now. If you want to cut off. Who's second? Supervisor Nielsen.
Steve, you want to put your second in, please?
Just so so if you vote yes, you're cutting off the discussion. If you vote no, you want more discussion.
Right.
Okay. On the amendment,
amendment.
yes. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Be at a 19.
You got 2/3.
What? That's okay.
Motion
Motion
passes.
carried.
Motion passed.
Motion passed, so there's no further discussion, so we're going to vote on the amendment. And Cindy, you want to read that amendment again, so we're clear on what the amendment is?
Second. Okay. This is the amendment. Motion by Berkey, second by Osnes, to amend the budget that in 2015, rather than across-the-board COLA, give a flat rate of $750 to employees, with the exception of those that received a 10% and greater increase due to reclassification adjustments, and not made part of the base wage. If you need your second, oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody understand that now, and then we'll vote. So go ahead and vote. And the amendment failed. So now we'll move back into the, excuse me? We'll move back into the budget again. Supervisor Peterson.
After all the extensive discussion, I've decided in my mind that it's too little too late to propose any amendments, and I'm going to have to vote for the budget as presented by the administrator.
So
There is a motion already.
there is a motion on the floor already. So there's a motion and a second. So if there's Supervisor Schoberg.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the budget, and the amendment would be to not pass the COLA increase for next year. This is going to sound somewhat familiar, but instead hedge our bets, award our employees across the board 1/2 of the banked amount of $526,000, 1/2 is $263,000, and the other amount we bank that, so there's $263,000 that's going to go across the board for all employees other than those that are under a union contract or a contracted employee. So we divide the $263,000 by that number. The other half is going to be banked so that we would have the funding to react to the market study, which would be accelerated, done as soon as possible, still done right, but to be then retroactively effective to January 1st of 2015, even if we don't get it all completed until May. The rest of the budget I'm very happy with. The one concerned about not giving out any amount now, even though the employee might say, it's not that much of a hit to my paycheck here. I'm not so sure the market study is going to demand that we spend the entire $526,000 for adjustments. Maybe the market study comes back and says we're only $100,000 off. So this way we're hedging our bets. We're saying here's what we can afford to do now, making up for the past, the non-award of a COLA, and here's what we can intelligently do going forward to have this bank to supplement the market study adjustments that will be presented sometime as soon as possible next year. That's my motion.
I would like to second that with a clarification in that adjustment is not part of the base pay. Would that be your intention, Supervisor Schoberg? I would second that, Chair Larson.
Okay. Cindy, could you read back that amendment? That's a long amendment, but.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I have a motion to amend by Supervisor Schoberg, second by Berkey, not to pass the COLA increase for 2015, instead award employees across the board 1/2 the amount of $526,000 or $263,000 to go across the board to all employees, less union contracted employees or contracted employees. The other half be banked to have the funding go to react to the market study, which would be accelerated and done as soon as possible and done right, but to be retroactively effective as of January 1st, 2015. And then Berkey confirmed that that would not be part of the base increase.
So is everybody comfortable with Supervisor Peterson?
My question is, what would happen if the market study exceeded whatever available funds we had left? How then would the funding occur, or would it be delayed till?
Supervisor Osnes? Oh, excuse me.
If I may respond to his
Sure.
question, which I think was
Go ahead,
directed to me,
Supervisor
the question was if the market study would require say a $400,000 increase in compensation to really balance things out, and we only had $236,000, the gap would be a gap to be dealt with in the following year's budget.
Supervisor Osnes?
Supervisor Schulberg, going with the 260-some thousand, then I'm assuming we're looking at a 1% COLA number or amount that we're going to be dividing by the 600 employees?
While the dollar amount is correct, the distribution of it is now on a flat per employee versus a flat percentage. So it's a flat dollar instead of a flat percentage. Big difference.
Based on 1%, not 2% that we're looking at, correct?
No.
Because if we had 500, say we had $500 at 2% and you wanted to keep 250 and just pay out the 250, then it's a 1% and then we're just going to go a one-time merit pay, correct?
I'd like to explain it this way. If I'm paid $90,000 and now I get $400, that's going to be less than 1% for me. And if I'm paid $30,000 a year and I get $414, then that's more than 1%. So there is a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hanson?
This is a great conversation, and that is a great solution, Roy. I think I like it a lot. But I would ask that we take the parenthetical phrase "and done right" out of this because it's just squishy and not specific.
Tammy, go ahead.
I was just seeking for clarification, so we do know the number of employees. Is this all full-time, part-time? Is this, seasonal, on-call, just so we would know approximately? I know not sheriff's union, but then we have all kinds of other categories. We have temporary employees. So if you could just clarify who you're intending that 263 be equally divided by?
Supervisor Schulberg?
I want to make sure I do it right, so.
Yeah, we want to do it right. I don't know. So I would suggest that perhaps that decision be left to the administration committee to determine the specifics of how that would be allocated. If there's an employee that was just hired December 20th, maybe not that employee, so term of employment might come in. If the employee's been there, is working 12 hours a week, I think we could make reasonable adjustments. So perhaps an amendment could be made to defer to the judgment of the administration committee, then approved by the full board when it's actually implemented, might be a resolution.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Brinkman?
When it was $526,000 before this amendment, how was it going to be divided out? Were you going to include part-time employees then?
Well, that
Seasonal?
changes your entire grid, so everybody that's attached to a grid, which are generally your full-time, your part-time, sometimes on-call employees. Seasonals and temps are generally off to the side, and we look at, do we need to do any adjustments, but we have a lot more discretion where we place them, so. Generally, you're looking at your primary, full-time, and part-time in a major, increase, especially if it's a one-time payout. There's some discussion occurs whether a part-time employee should be prorated if they only work 12 hours a week as opposed to your 40-hour week permanent employee, but it sounds like the administration committee would look at all those criteria.
I just have one question. If we don't put it as a base, then no matter what the results are, let's say that we have to up everybody 2%. And if we've already put this on as a cost of living, whether we do the 1 or 2%, it's done. But if we put it on as an addition and it's not part of it, we still have to pay that difference because we haven't put it on the grid.
Right,
We've given it to them as merit. So anything we give it to them as merit is not going to be any part of the results of this survey. And that kind of defeats having the money to pay for it. Because the impression I'm getting is most people, I may be wrong, but the impression is that we feel that a lot of our positions are possibly underpaid. That'd be really nice if I was wrong, but that's the impression I'm getting from what everybody's talking about. And so if we want to use all that money for taking care of that situation, it should be put on the grid and it should not be merit pay, because then that will help us later on.
And I think to Supervisor Assis's question, that was another proposal that you could do a 1% across the board, which is 263, and keep the remaining 263 in addition to the 100,000. I don't know that it's my professional opinion that we have that many jobs that are underpaid. We have a midpoint, which is our market, that may need to slide. We may decide we don't want a 14-step system. We want something less than that. Because we've done studies recently, it shouldn't be hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement unless you guys say we want to be 20% above market or we want to actually match Minnesota. So that's where I think we need to know some jobs will go up, some will go down, some will stay the same. Cost of living, good or bad, and I can understand 1% of a 90,000 versus 1% of a 9,000 isn't the same, but it lifts the entire grid in the same consistent manner that you're correct could alleviate for those that are already two below. I don't think it's going to put anybody that, before that wouldn't have been above market. That 1% isn't going to throw them now over the market.
Supervisor Rain.
Thanks. Well, I agree. Good discussion. There's a lot to think about. As I looked at the budget and participated or just sat in on some meetings where it was being discussed, I just stepped back to think, what is my goal? What should our goal be as a county board? And I think that's what, as the county board, the role we're playing as we pay our employees, we're the employer. And I want the county to just have a market-based compensation system. I want us to be competitive. So then how do you do that? And I just want to, we've taken steps that are very different we've taken some good steps to do that. So we have made some structural changes in the budget that's in front of us. And I'm following up on, I think, some concepts that Supervisor Kiesler has made. So if you look, I think it's important to look at the context of what we've done. And I believe last year we put about $300,000 in our pay for performance system in our budget for that. Is that about correct? 400, okay. We have made some changes now where in our pay for performance system that we're going to compensate people for doing their job at a much higher rate than we did before. If someone got that rating of 3, I believe it's a 3, in the past they didn't get an increase. Now they will get a 2% increase. Correct?
If you use this year's data into the news cycle, 107 employees in 14 received that 2% merit. If they get the same score and they have a place to move on the grid in 15, they'll actually move, their base will change approximately 2.5%.
So, and then if they excel, they can get another 2%. So then we're about at 4.5%. If we do the COLA, we're at about 6.5%. So we want to be competitive as an employer. So I think that seems richer than what the market might be. So as I went into this, I'm thinking, well, I am not in favor of turning the proposed COLA into a merit one-time kind of bonus. That's different. If we want to do that, that should happen under our pay-for-performance system. As I understand, the reason for a COLA is to make a kind of a market correction that you can buy the loaf of bread with the same money. So where do I want to go with this? Because of these structural changes, our budget for our compensation system, whereas it was $400,000, it's closer to $1.2 million, correct? Total?
If you're doing cost of living and the pay for performance?
Yes. And we have to look at the total compensation system. So, and going to that market study, so as I came in, I was thinking, I did some research on other potential amounts, because again, if we're getting at the potential is a 6.5% increase. If we are behind, I want us to catch up. And that market study will give us that information. So I think when I came in, I was thinking, well, maybe it's 2% for the cost of living is too high. Maybe it should be like 1.7. That's what the Federal Reserve District is, or it was 1.4 for the Federal Reserve District. So I don't know what that right number is, but I think I'm just moving more in the direction of what is proposed in the budget, that we provide the 2% cost of living. And I'm actually open to how that's distributed. Maybe it should be distributed in a couple different ways, but I think it's a base accumulating number. So and then I agree with, let's take the study. To do a good study, we'll get a consultant in, maybe their work only takes 3 months, maybe it takes 4, but we have a lot of decisions to make after that. So I think the thought of providing that, showing a good faith effort to the employees, you're getting a 2%. In addition, your salary is likely to be more than it would have been, that you could get 4.5% just under our new strategy under pay for performance. So I think we're doing well by the employees. I hope they think we're doing well. I think everyone in this room values their contribution and wants to make it, wants to be fair. So I think that we should, I'm open to, I guess I'm speaking in favor of the budget as proposed. Maybe that wasn't what I came in here thinking about, but then we have the time to get it right in the next, when we're budgeting next year, then we implement that plan in our next budget.
Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, just to, I hesitate to jump into the fray, but as I go back to what I presented earlier, that in one of the slides, I made a very specific point that the cost of living adjustment is separate from pay for performance and typically tied to a index. The reason I jump into the discussion, and it kind of backs up what Supervisor Ring was saying, is that the COLA should be a base adjusting pay adjustment. The reason being is that once the market study is completed, if we just give employees a flat $500 amount, or whatever the amount is, it's non-base adjusting, and once you implement your market study, those dollars will have, the COLA will have already adjusted the base, and the cost for implementation of the market study should be less. If we just give employees a $500 extra lump sum in their paycheck, that $250,000 or what's recommended in the budget, $600 or $526,000, if that was just distributed lump sum, that money is just, yes, it's valued by the employees, but it's gone. If that money, what's recommended, the 2%, is base adjusting, once we do the market study and get the results from that, the goal, the intent is that those dollars will have made a great effort towards the costs of the implementation of the market study. So the dollars will not be lost. They will be part of the employee's base wage and ultimately reflected, hopefully, in your market study. So it kind of backs up what Supervisor Ring was articulating. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
So basically, we're saying if you do the 2% COLA, it's a down payment. And then you could possibly, as you go and get the market study, and then you find out, well, you got your 2% because the market only indicates you're worth this much. You have your 2% already. But then you get your pay per performance, so you're up to 4. And then you're saying numbers, we can get up to 6.5. But what we're saying now is I think opposite of what Supervisor Kiesler was recommending, is doing expedited type of study. You're saying, let's do the COLA over the year and everybody will get a bump, but then we'll still do the market study, and then 2016, you'll know what the number is that we need to adjust people to so many more percent. So I look at it as we're doing a down payment, so the next budget we'll be paying it off. Like, I don't know, buying a house or a nursing home or a car, something like that. But that is, am I correct in that thinking?
Your terminology resonates with me. It goes back to what I said initially, that part of my effort in putting this budget together was an eye towards sustainability. And so, to use your terminology of a down payment, it's money that's going to reward the employees for a cost of living adjustment, which is overdue, but it is a down payment, to use your words, towards eventual implementation of the market study.
Supervisor Novotny.
I've been doing a lot of listening this morning. Been hearing a lot of things too, good things, good conversations. And the more I think about it, the more I agree with Supervisor Ring that by implementing the COLA, we are going to be providing the employees with a lot more than $8 a week, which is what we would end up with the $262,000 payout. $8 a week gross. So maybe they'll walk away with a crisp $5 bill. I would rather see them get a 2% bump. Give us time to analyze the job survey and prepare for it. We can prepare for it next year, but in the meantime, they've got their 2% bump now. So I'm basically in favor of the way the budget is written today. I would do one change, and that would be to accelerate the job survey. Let's get the answers as quickly as possible, and maybe we can make an adjustment in 2015. So,
Supervisor Schoberg.
Great discussion. I'm swayed both ways. The difficulty I have with implementing the 2% across the board is, now what do we do when the market study comes back and says, oh my gosh, the people that were already paid more than market now have 2% more than market. And I don't know who those employees are, but what's our market study adjustment going to be then? So now if we have to say to these people, you're redlined, or there might be some of us that are willing to say, no, market means that if you're paid too much, this is next year's new compensation amount, and it could be $12,000 less than what you're getting this year. I don't know if we're prepared to go there, but the nice thing about the flat dollar amount is we're really holding off on locking in compensation until we have the data back. Sure, there's a one-time flat fee that's paid out to kind of make up for, again, we're hedging their bets, the situation. There's pros and cons. So if you're on the fence, then you hedge your bets. And so if you're hedging your bets, you've done something to solve both issues without exceeding. If the 2% is applied across the board, there's going to be a number of people where the market is saying you're already over the market. And now we've made that worse.
Tammy, can you wait a minute? I've got about 3 supervisors who want to talk before you.
Sure. I'll keep my notes.
Supervisor Berkey, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring back the point that this is not part of the base wage, that there are employees such as Supervisor Ochterhoff pointed out, especially at the health center, that got no increase. In fact, did they not take less?
A couple years ago, they took a 5%, and then they've gotten a 1% this last year, and the whole point next year is we continue to.
Which
roll
is
them back
crazy
into it.
and is not fair and not equitable. And I would point out, for instance, on a wage of $78,000, 2% is $1,559. A wage of $35,000 is $700. A wage of $62,000 is $1,240. So to a base of approximately $475, I did a rough calculation, I think is a means to bring some fairness and better morale for many employees. And I think when we do the market study, then we are going to be in a position to find out where we need to be on all these positions. I too am concerned that we may end up with a 2% overcompensating some positions that are already over what the market value is. So I indeed support the motion, the amendment to the budget. Thank you.
Supervisor Schottner?
I think Tammy's going to answer some of the questions.
Okay.
See what I can remember. Supervisor Sherwood, to your question about, and even to your Supervisor Berkey, of how many jobs are likely to be over. In the last 2 pay studies, there's probably approximately 10 titles of all 180 that have ever been deemed above market. Many employees are midpoint or have plenty of steps to still move to 14. So even if the market study showed that those positions were at the wrong pay grade, they could be slid down to the next pay grade. It just changes the max potential they could earn if they get to step 14. So you would not likely have that many employees that are going to be deemed over market if we did it today, after a 2%, or anything in there. So I just think that's important. We do have where those 10 positions are questioning, is the market right for them? Because the only thing they can get is merit pay. So that custodian that's frozen at $19, or the IT person that's frozen at $30, they are wanting to get on the market. I like Scott Nelson, or Supervisor Nelson's idea of the down payment, but not just in the way of towards the, less to pay later. I think back to 2008 when the board commissioned the Springstead study. And then we went a long time, and they had been studying, I came in 2007, they've been studying jobs forever. In 2009, we presented, and this would have been the administrative coordinator, finance director at the time, and myself, hey, can we do a 2% cost of living in 2009 because we aren't there yet on this market study? And the board had a very similar discussion. It's kind of deja vu of, we're going to need that money for the market study, so nope, hold it off. That's how we got to the flat 520. Everybody gets something. 2010 comes around, lots of discussion at the board. Study didn't get approved. 2010 later, okay, what happened to that 2% cost of living? Oh, it went to a water tower. Employees have had this promise to them before. We promise we'll get you at the market study. We can't do a cost of living because the market study is gonna, I think of that down payment almost as a trust builder with staff. We are gonna put our money where our mouth is. We are gonna step you towards that. And yeah, market study, there will be some jobs that are too high, some too low. Some will get nothing. They'll be told, hey, whether you like it or not, you're at the right scale, but now you can get steps because the county changed the pay for performance. I think it's important to clarify that $200,000 carrier is over 3 years of budget. 200,000, we spent 155, then we did 400,000. This last year we spent 355. It hasn't been like we've been trying to accumulate a bunch of monies, but we've tried to be conservative in what we distribute so it's sustainable. The worst thing in an employee pay plan is to, again, put those promises there and not be able to deliver. I don't think we're gonna need hundreds of thousands. I think we even could get the study done first or second quarter and address any major issues yet in 15. And if there are additional dollars needed, either look to identify funds or incorporate that into the 2016 budget. If the goal is about appropriately compensating employees, appropriately making sure they are paid the fair wage for the work they do, I think the budget as presented is the best recommendation for that. If you do something different, I would say I set that grid out rather than the one-time payout, which, you know, for some employees is great, but you're right, after taxes, they don't see it much. I would still do a 1% across the board. Everybody is attached to the same grid. And you do something with this person, well, now their boss is lower, and then you have compression. We have the same issue with the sheriff's contract that was approved with the 212. Well, other managers are still sitting there, and now I have to worry, what's the incentive for those people who already are eligible for overtime to take that management job if I'm not gonna continually lift the grid for them? So I understand the question of the 35,000 versus the 75. There's a reason people are evaluated and placed on certain grades. It's based on the education, the experience, the impact of their decision-making, the authority they have, the value of what they provide to you in the service they do, not the value of them as a person. Every employee has the same value, whether it's a custodian or the IT person or a mental health therapist. But whether we like it or not, there just is a different base pay for each one of those jobs depending on kind of the qualifications for there.
Supervisor Nelson.
There's a big difference too. If you do a flat payment to an employee, like for myself, when I've negotiated contracts, which I think negotiating contracts would be probably a lot easier than what we're doing now. Honestly, because you put it between the employees and the directors, because you can say, okay, you're doing 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, whatever. When I always voted for our contracts where I worked at, I didn't like flat fee money anyways. I wanted percentages because it made my base wage go up. What does it help when you do base wage? Your pension. It helps the pension of the employees. So, and that accumulates and keeps going up as the 2% goes with that. That's why I have been offered before in contracts, we'll give you a flat because we want to show that we're not making a lot of money, or, you know, because I'm in that commercial business. And we always said, well, we'll take 1%. But that keeps accumulating more than the flat fee. So you got to think of that. It's a twofold thing when you do a 2% pay raise. It's something that we're working towards getting the market study. And as many studies as I've heard that they've done, if they're so out of whack, somebody's not doing their job. So, because if, you know, it changes every year. If you have 180 titles and you have like 100 people that are overpaid, then someone's either not doing very good studies or we're not being very diligent in what we're doing. That's all I have to say about that. It's either we got to do the COLA, but as one who works in the public sector, the percentage is a better thing for the employees. Might not be the best thing for the board right now, but I think employees would appreciate that more than a flat fee.
Supervisor Osnes.
I call the question.
Okay, good. We have an amendment in front of the board, and I'll have Cindy read that amendment back.
I do have a question. After the motion was made, the second amendment, Supervisor Schulberg indicated that the decision regarding part-time and seasonal employees be left up to the administration committee, and I'm not sure if that's part of this amendment when you actually asked that it be part of the amendment, but I don't know if it is.
Supervisor Schulberg.
If there's not room within my motion to allow that deference to the administration committee, then I would request an amendment to my amendment.
I would go as a friendly second to that amendment. I'm okay with Supervisor Schoberg's clarification.
Well,
so now we'd have to.
One way to handle it would be
anyone objected to that,
To the,
one way to handle this is that if that is implicit in the motion or that is part of the motion unless someone objects.
so the question's asked, does anybody object to that being added to the amendment? If there's no objection to that, it'll be added to the amendment. I didn't see any objections, so Cindy, that could be added. Yes, please. So everybody understands.
I have a motion to amend by Supervisor Schulberg, second by Berkey, not to pass the COLA increase for 2015. Instead, award employees across the board one-half amount of $526,000 or $263,000. Go across the board to all employees, less union, contract, or contracted employees. Others have banks. The other half banked, so we have the funding to react to the market study, which would be accelerated and done as soon as possible and done right, but to be retroactively effective as of January 1st, 2015. Berkey confirmed this is not part of the base pay. Then I have an addition that the decision to include part-time and seasonal employees be left to administration committee to determine the specifics to be allocated and approved by the full county board.
Now everybody's aware of what the amendment? There was a second, Supervisor.
Jill, would you
Berkey,
please put it
just
in?
isn't done. Okay. We have the motion and the second, and we've had our discussions. Everybody ready to vote? We'll vote on that amendment now. And that amendment failed, so oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the amendment failed, so we'll move back to the budget.
Do you want to take a break, Roger?
But I think, this has been going on a long time. Does everybody want to get up and have a little break? Because we've been discussing this a long time, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
The $10 million bonding, that was for 911 and the service center, and there was 3 other areas that we included in that. One was the government center parking lot, one was the jail center control, and I'm asking any other supervisor to help me out on the third one. IT? Okay. Looking in the 2016 or 15 capital outlay program, I don't see anything for the parking lot.
Nope.
And I'm assuming that was the $600,000 for the government center that was included in the bonding. What part of IT did we include in that?
There's 300,000 identified in the bonding, 2014 bond issuance that we did for them to do upgrades per the findings of the assessment, of the IT assessment.
And none of that, and John is here, none of that was included or is included on our current budget, correct?
It is not in the current budget. It's money I'm spending right now on PC replacements, infrastructure improvements, softwares that we were short on, and so forth.
Okay, good, thank you. And right off the bat, right at the top, we've got the jail center control for $216,000. I'm curious why that's in the capital improvement plan if it was also included in the bonding. If it was included in the bonding, it shouldn't be included in capital. Am I correct?
We anticipated that there's probably going to be overage in phase 2 of 911, so I felt it more prudent to actually use jail assessment fees that the jail currently uses every year to reimburse the county for the renovation of the jail central. So the jail central renovation will still occur in 2015, and it will reimburse the fund over the next 4 years, therefore freeing up bonding dollars of the 2014 to address some of the potential overrun of phase 2. If there isn't overrun, then we would.
So essentially, if I'm correct, then we're going to remove the jail end of it from the bonding, correct? Okay, that's fine, thank you. I'm not done yet, sir. Sorry. I know you're trying to cut me off. If I go down a little bit, I'm sorry, folks, I'm on packet page 28 for those who want to follow along here. On the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh line down, it'd be under facilities, we're looking at fall protection at the service center and the government center. Is Jim here? I've got a couple questions for you. We've got budget in there, $127,000 for, I'm assuming this is for fall protection for both the roofs here and in the service center, correct?
Correct. It's for the jail, it's for Huber, and it's for the SCCSC.
Is there a reason why that wasn't included in the bid when we remodeled that building? Why didn't we include that at that time?
At that time, excuse me, let me go backwards just a little bit.
Okay.
In 2011, a study was done and pricing was given to put fall protection on these roofs. My predecessor chose not to do that. So that sat there and we got it moved forward, and as we were looking at that, we started remodeling the building over there. The building inspector came through, Sarah, and she left a letter that we were given occupancy provided that we install some protection on the roof. To use her words, they were to I've got it here. We've got to include fall protection for the RTUs. That was something that was passed on to me through Hoffman. So when we looked at the roof over there, to do the RTUs would be a small part of it, but that's a metal standing seam roof over there. So what happens is we've got other items along the outside edge of the roof. We need to add fall protection in there. Like this morning, we have a unit that's gone out. That roof is like an ice skating rink, and it's all sloped to the back. So to safely get out of the hatch, we also have to have some kind of railing system there for a person to safely be able to get out of the hatch and have something to hold on to. Then we have to provide fall protection along the back side of the building because we have equipment back there as well, along with where we converted for the dehumidification unit for the old store. We added a smaller unit, which created about a 2-foot bump up, and then we have a ledge of about 12 inches. So for a person to be working on that, this type of weather or whatever, he needs something to latch onto and be able to work safely. So we've gone through, the budget number was the budget number that I got by talking to a vendor. That vendor specializes in this, there's not a lot of them. But since then, I've gone to another vendor and I've gotten the price down even more. The number that's there certainly is not going to be spent if it doesn't need to be. I have to get more bids from other companies to do what we need to do, not what I want to do. But to have the protection for the employees up there, we need to do this. It's an OSHA regulation, as well as the city wants it around the rooftop units. And Supervisor Hanson had touched base with the city to inquire on that. And Sarah clarified that, no, we just need something around the RTUs. That is correct. That's what New Richmond needs. But there's a lot of other things involved here. And so I'm basically the messenger from something in 2011 that should have been done that wasn't. And so we're going to get these buildings so that the employees and the workers coming in here are safe when they go up on the roofs and have a way to latch off when they work on the camera that overhangs the building or when they go to work on the units on the roof.
What additional costs are going to be on the roof here?
This roof, we have a railing system, but there's also tie-off systems that they can put in place. The first bid...
And those are in place right now, aren't they?
No, sir.
Okay.
There's nothing in place right now. We're starting from ground zero.
So are we going to have to tear into that basically new roof to anchor anything?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in some areas we will.
That's what I was afraid of.
So we'll have to get somebody, I know, I don't really like that either, but penetrations have to happen, and we'll have whoever put the roof on come in and do the patching around it.
Okay.
That'll maintain the warranty.
Okay.
So,
Then the other question I got for you, Jim, down towards the bottom there, actually, it's in 2016. I'm okay. That's good enough. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to actually make an amendment that we at this point in time, we remove the $127,000 in the budget for this roof protection system, because in the CIP, the justification was not only was it not clear, it was either misleading or it was done very, very poorly. It was just to be kind about it, it was a gloss over. I spoke with Ms. Ziliak yesterday, and I understand that this proposal has merit, but because it's presented to us with information which is incorrect, I would like to remove it from the budget until such time that we have the time to have a thorough look at it in whichever committee is appropriate, and then bring it to the county board for an informed vote. So my motion is to remove $127,000 in the budget on the line item in the CIP for the fall protection system.
You second that?
Yeah, I'll second it for discussion, and then Supervisor Hanson, my question would be, so we would have money in someplace down the line, would it be your intent to move the $127,000 over into 2016? So we basically have money set aside there, but and we know it might not be over that, it might be under it or whatever. But
Right, I understand your question, Mr. Chair, if I may. My intention is to just take that out of the budget until we have the amount of information to make an informed decision about the necessity and the scope of the project. Actually saying I would like to fund money for this if I have no real bearing on that making that decision seems a little premature. In fact, it just seems premature. So at the time that we're budgeting for 2016, why, yeah, then I would, or when we revisit the CIP plan, we talk about it as if it's been approved, but since we approved it last spring, there's been a great many indicated in red and green on the CIP plan on the additions and changes which haven't gone before the county board. And this is one of them. So we have no bearing to be informed on this, and that's why I'm making the amendment. When the appropriate time comes and we revisit the CIP, we talk about funding it. When they have time, when we have time to really look at this in a way that's appropriate for something that's this serious and expensive.
playing devil's advocate then, if you want to remove this from the budget, and Mr. Ellsbury comes back with all the information, say in June, and do you want us to hold off for the following year, or where were we going to pick up the money at that point in time?
Well, if the real concern is being on the roof in bad weather by June, we won't have to worry about that. We can handle it for 2016.
Just a point of clarification for those board members that might be questioning the wording that Supervisor Hanson is referring to. I think that the misinformation states that the City of New Richmond Building Inspection Department requires the fall protection system on the New Richmond facility. The building inspection department does not really require the fall protection system in place, but this has been a risk identified by the county since 2010. We have reports on file that identify this as a risk, and for once we have the capital improvement tool to take care of this problem, and I would hesitate to, I understand the supervisor's concern regarding the way it's worded in the budget. It may not be a requirement of the city of New Richmond, and if that wording is an issue, I'll correct it to make sure that it's clear that the city does not require it, but good risk management does. And I would hesitate, and I don't think it's bad weather, good weather. We have people up on this roof all the time, and I'm not looking forward to the day when Kristen Ziliak gets the call and we're dealing with an issue much bigger than 127,000. So we can put this off and take it out of the budget, but we're going to be coming back in front of the board with a proposal very soon to amend the 2015 budget to include funding for a fall protection system, which is long overdue.
Supervisor Peterson.
I would have to vote against this proposal. I am not ready to put our employees in harm's way for the matter of a few $1,000s.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yeah, I agree with Dave in a way, but when you're asking for $127,000 and the justification, and I haven't been here since 2010, few of us have, when the justification is just false, you're trying to justify a $127,000 purchase based on something that the building inspector in New Richmond did not say. That's an insult to this board. It is, because it's a false statement in a document which is presented to us to make a vote based on the information that it's claiming.
Supervisor Peterson.
I guess my response would be that, I understand my fellow board members' concern, but I also respect the administrator. And from what I've seen since April, I think we have enough eyes on our administrator to make sure that he will do the proper thing in overseeing this and cleaning up any disparities that might be there.
Supervisor Nelson.
I think the one thing we gotta remember is when they make recommendations and stuff for fall protection and safety thing, OSHA does become involved if we do have an injury. So basically by the county knowing this, we're liable already if we don't do anything. And the codes are updating, because I bet you the next facility we build, all of these requirements are going to be in there. But this being an older building or other buildings, so let's do diligence. And I understand what you're saying, Dan, about the money part of it and how they justified it. Can clean that up too. But we as a county know that there's an inherent risk, because it's already been pointed out to us. So it's upon us to make sure that we take care of that and use that money for what it's supposed to be used for. Just hope that it's the best use of the money instead of just maxing it out.
Any other discussion?
Just quickly,
Supervisor
what I was
Hanson.
hoping to avoid is an exploration of this system today. That I will make this point, that this is the wrong forum for us to be learning about the merits of this proposal. When the reason that we asked for an extensive budget was so that we could do our own due diligence and ask these questions, and to learn that the basis for this decision is false, or at very best, very, very weak, when it's a terribly important decision to be making, is troubling, So I think if we take this out now, we can come back to it very soon, and we can do the right thing. But at this moment, we've been asked to place a vote on something that we haven't explored and haven't, and I agree that the safety of our employees is really extraordinarily important. And if it was that important for $127,000, maybe we could be doing that rather than redecorating.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Brinkman.
when the RFP came out for the service center in Richmond, why wasn't this included at that time? I guess that's my concern as to why this is coming to us now. Why wasn't it done at the time it was? And Jim, I don't even know if you were here at that time, but I'm just kind of curious as to how we came to this. If we've known about it since 2010 on this building, and now 4 or 5 years later, it's coming to us here, I'm just kind of interested in the timing of all this.
Jim?
So I have Sarah's letter from New Richmond, and it's dated June 18th. It was part of the final walkthrough. And at this letter, she gives us, excuse me, the building's been inspected throughout the construction process, pardon me, and is compliant with all building code requirements, except that she is concerned about a few outstanding items on this punch list. And one of them is provide guards at rooftop units by owner. So I was given this document by Hoffman as part of the turnover. So the building inspector came through and noticed it wasn't done, asked us to do it. As far as the CIP, the wording in there talks about safety and fall protection, and it also says that we're going to be in compliance with New Richmond's request, which is part of the code issue that we're addressing with New Richmond. It doesn't get into the great detail of the hows and the whys. Maybe there was some wording that should have been changed, but we are certainly not in compliant at this point with that building. Getting the protection around the rooftop units, Supervisor Hanson went to Sarah. She wrote a nice little letter and said that she's just looking to get some guardrails. That's great, but it doesn't address the full OSHA problem and the other regulations that come into play. And we're going into winter. I am not spending $100 and some thousand on this system willy-nilly, nor am I just giving it to the first bidder in the first method of doing this. I'm going to be judicious with this. The money that's left over goes back into the fund. It's not here to spend it all. It's here to do what we need to do to protect the people working on the roofs.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? If there's no other questions, we have an amendment. I'll have Cindy read that back to us.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanson, second by Osnes, to amend the budget to remove $127,000 from the budget on line item in the CIP for roof fall protection, and to wait for an informed decision and bring it back to the county board for a vote.
So if there's no further discussion on that, it's been a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we'll have a vote, so we'll vote at this time. And the amendment failed, so we'll move on back onto the budget. So are there any more questions on the budget, and the resolution for the budget? Supervisor Nielsen.
I'm not going to support the budget, but given that, I would like to thank the administration for their wonderful work on this budget and putting together a really difficult budget and working as a team. It's obvious to all of us here that you guys work well as a team, and I thank you for that. You've done a good job of accommodating the desires of the administration of the county, the administrative committee, and the chair and the vice chair. And there's a lot to like in this budget, and I think I support the new positions, the 7 new positions. I think those are needed. However, I believe that this budget is financial suicide for 2016. We have used several one-time excess fund balances and made an accounting change to spend more than the state allows the county to spend by a factor of 10. We are using these adjustments to grow government, not to spend on one-time expenses, but to increase ongoing spending that'll occur not just 2015, but every year thereafter. Let me give you an analogy. I just come into a windfall. I've got $5,000 in my pocket. I want a fishing boat. The fishing boat is $40,000. Now I don't have any extra money. What comes in every month for me, I spend. But I've got this $5,000 and I want a new $40,000 fishing boat. Well, I go ahead and get a loan to buy the boat. I've got just enough money in that $5,000 to make a down payment, to make payments for a year. Well, a year comes up and I don't have any more money. What happens? I lose that. I lose the boat. And I don't want to be here a year from now and having to lay off county employees. And just to explain what I'm talking about here, according to the net new construction limit put on us by the state, we can only increase the operating level by $377,000. But we're actually going 3.6 million over that. Well, how are we doing that? Well, we're moving the debt outside of the operating levy limit, so we're going to have a separate levy for debt service. That's $1 million. We are taking $810,000 out of excess we have in the health fund. We are taking $460,000 out of excess in the sales tax fund. All that is one-time money, but we're not using it for one-time expenses. We're using it to grow government, to increase the number of employees, things that are going to continue on. There is just no way that you can exceed that. There is no way that our limit, which is currently $377,000, is going to grow by a factor of 10 to 3.7 million next year, so we can afford this. If anybody believes that our net new construction in the county is going to increase by that amount next year, I guess I'd like to know how. I do believe this budget has to be smaller, and it's just not going to work. I'm really afraid of what we're going to do a year from now.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Supervisor Troutner.
There it is. We've been asked, or actually, I would like to propose an amendment. Yeah, and that amendment would be to enact the position, I forget the name of the position, for the Veteran Service Office that is supposed to be opening in July, or that's supposed to start in July. I would like to have that position instead start at the first of the year and have the about $20,000 it would take in order for that position to start at the beginning of the year, and have it funded through reducing the development budget in the $40,000 development budget in the HR department.
Motion made and seconded by Supervisor Osnes. Second that motion by Troutner. Is there any discussion? Supervisor Brinkman.
Well, the first question I have is, what is that $40,000 in HR staff development designated for at this time?
Tammy, can you answer that?
That includes opportunities for staff. It could be leaders. We had a leadership development program that was proposed to us that we would jointly participate in. There are a couple other groups, City of River Falls, New Richmond, and Prescott, that are part of that, so we may put some slots in there. The staff advisory group and the employee study has also identified a number of kind of interests of training to be provided to line staff throughout the next year, so those would fund bringing in trainers. We need to do some harassment training, but there also are some other types of training that employees have requested. So it's not for HR staff, it's for countywide staff development and training.
Supervisor Perky? She has,
No.
yeah, your light was on.
Oh,
Okay. Supervisor Troutner?
The reason that I'm looking at this balances out frustration for me, in that I am very much in support of training whenever it is available, but there is a need at the Veteran Service Department for that position to become full-time as soon as possible, partially due to the personnel transition that's going on right now, actually almost completely due to that. We are going to have a new person starting at the beginning of the year, and they need the support they can get. The HR, that one line item for the staff development, this year's budget alone is $10,000, and year to date is $1,600 spent. So it was the one line item where it's at $40,000 now. By reducing it by by an additional 20,000, we're still double what we had set up for last year, and we can still get training done as needed. But I think that it's a lot of I think that the veteran service position actually it's a very difficult decision that I'm asking for, but it's something that actually trumps the training part.
So you're talking about increasing the 28-hour position to 40. Would it be $20,000 to have that? I don't think it would be that much money.
Well,
Yeah, it's 28 hours reception position right now, in addition to a full-time CVSO technician and a full-time veteran service officer out in Health and Human Services, where there's also a pool of clerical staff.
I've got to address that, though. It wasn't long ago that there was 3 full-time people in the Veteran Service Office. When Wanda retired, Jerry moved into her position, and for some reason, the HR department made the decision that we did not need another full-time person there.
I won't say that I made the decision, but the change was made in the budget, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Our veterans officer had asked and asked if he could have a full-time position. He was told there's no money. And yet we hired people after that. That makes no sense, and that's a slap in the face to that particular office as far as I'm concerned, number one. When we were told they were going to make up the difference, or they could make up the difference, it was made up by a work study student and one employee that came over from ADRC 2 days a week. It would seem to me, why would we not want a full-time person there? The individual that's there right now is a huge and tremendous help to that department. She's a veteran, so she knows the ropes. She's been forced to sometimes, when Merlin and Jerry have gone for a week, she's there by herself. And unfortunately, for a half hour, we've had to lock the door to our veterans. And that is not acceptable.
And I would say that's why the position's in the budget, Dave, for next year.
If I may, please, if you go back to 2011, your $40,000 that you're asking for this year, you budgeted 15. 2012 and 13, you budgeted 3978. 2014, you budgeted 10,000. You've only spent 1,000.
There should be more dollars out of that, so I'll have to look at where it's attributed, because I just sent 5 supervisors to leadership training this week. I just sent some staff to some training last month. So it is used, but 2015 has expanded use. The staff advisory committee has identified about 7 different topic areas that staff want training on that are not provided within their own internal staff department budget. So I think they're both important, and I think I agree with you that the veteran service position is justified to go full-time. That's why that was approved. The county administrator, as part of his budget, because every one position request has a lot of validity to it, to be consistent, moved all of those to July. We continue to always work with the Veterans Office on any additional needs or staffing that they have, and the money in terms of the allocation was specific to that department. So other departments, of course, have added staff as they've needed, but I don't quite make the connection there.
Do you believe that would be the county's advantage and the vets that are being served, that we would have 2 experienced people come the 1st of January helping out a new veteran service officer?
Yes, but I think that would be the same for every position when they have a vacant position. We have treasurer's office only has 3 people, and we just put that full-time back. I mean, we have a lot of very small departments.
There you go, you put somebody back full-time.
But we need to continually look at those, and we look to the department head to justify their needs. I don't go in and reduce positions. When positions are vacant, they complete a form requesting to fill that. We look at, are there any alternatives? Is there any way of sharing? And actually that reduction to part-time connected to the other piece that you said, that there was a belief that the Aging Disability Resource Center and the Veterans Service could more kind of cooperatively work together, because they do serve at least some similar clientele. We tried it in this building. They were having to come down, as you said, a part-time employee came down 2 weeks in addition to the work study. The hope was, as they all co-located in the new place in New Richmond, that would still serve the needs, but because of the need for both of them to have their own separate reception areas in addition to the one at the front, I think we are now back on the same page with the vets officer that that position needs to go back full-time.
Let me just, can I jump in here? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to explain a little bit of the rationale. You know, I could go through all 7 positions, the new positions, and make a real good argument, you know, for the assistant corporation counsel position, for the 2 sheriff's deputies, the patrol deputies, and on down the list. This, to me, is not an argument over the validity of the position request and the needs for the Veterans Office or the Sheriff's Office or the Corporation Counsel's Office. We had a large list of new position requests. These are the positions that have been identified as the top priority for the county. So I don't want to debate the merits, or at least I don't want to, the board can, debate the merits of these new positions. They all are needed. My goal was to minimize the startup costs by being fair and consistent with all the departments that have the new position requests, with the exception of one, which is fully funded with outside tax levy dollars. That is why we have the July 1st startup date for these new positions. It's not because the position isn't valued or needed. It's because we're trying to balance a budget with a $3 million gap. That was the reasoning behind it.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator, but we have found money and we have balanced the budget at the same time to bring this position to full-time.
Supervisor Schroeder.
I don't know if this would require an amendment to the amendment, or if this could be put forward as friendly, but the actual amount would be closer to $13,000 instead of $20,000. So if that requires an amendment to the amendment, that's, I would like to change the amount that I had put forward first.
Friendly amendment?
Huh? Does anyone, would anyone object to the changing, the reduction?
If there's no objection, do I see an objection to adding that to the amendment? I guess no objections. I guess it can be added to that.
And then just, my whole thing with this was when they moved to the new building, they had lost the support that they had from the ADRC and the work study. And this is a position that they need. And moving it, so it does impact budgets, moving it to the beginning of the year. And I understand that, but I have used veteran services. I have had friends that use veteran services, and I have had people call me when they were not able to get the help because the doors were closed. I don't, especially as a veteran, I don't want to get that call ever again. So that is why I'm asking that this position be moved forward to the beginning of the year.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that I've had more of my constituents approach me about than any other issue since I was elected. And I'm proud to say that I'm a friend of the veterans who I know. I served in the reserve, and I was fortunate to serve during peacetime. However, we've been at war since 2003. We have done to an entire generation of people a great dishonor by fighting these wars. That's my opinion. I'm glad I said it in public. But here's the thing. We need to take care of these folks. We need to staff this office right now and not dance around the idea that we can put it off. If a veteran needs help, these are just the people who've been coming out of the service in the last several years. We still have Vietnam-era veterans who are getting to be more profound in their needs. And as far as the second half of this amendment, the funding, for leadership training especially, we have an incredible resource from the University of Wisconsin Extension Office. And if we were to utilize them for leadership training, which is their forte, automatically that balances. We can put the money into the vets and let the Extension Office do their job.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Berkey.
I want to call for the question, and I want to vote in support of this motion. These are specialized folks working in this department. It's, you know, you wouldn't take someone from the Register of Deeds office and expect them to pick up the work in the county clerk's office or vice versa. It's a very specialized work. And I think that we need to move forward on this and have that individual in place at the first of the year, especially with the Veterans Service Officer being replaced. So let's move on with the question. Thank you.
If I don't have any problem with this, no more questions, we can move forward and vote. There's no problem. I'm going to read the motion back. I just wanted to make sure there was no problems with moving forward. Read the motion back.
I have a motion by Supervisor Schachner, second by Supervisor Osnes, to amend the budget to enact the position for the County Veteran Service Office proposed to start in July and have that position begin January 1st, 2015, and transfer $13,000 to start at January 1st from the HR Staff Development Fund.
Everybody comfortable with that? It's time to vote then. That amendment passed then, so move forward. We're back onto the budget. Supervisor Nielsen.
The lack of discussion on my previous comments make me think you guys don't believe me. But just if I can bolster my argument a little bit, those 7 positions, and I'm not against those 7 positions, but they are scheduled to start in July. And the reason for that is so we can balance the budget. Now, I've got a piece of paper here that says those 7 positions plus increases from part-time to full-time amount to $400,000 in the 2015 budget. Well, that's going to double because we're only paying them half year in 2015. By default, it's going to be a full year 2016, and the $400,000 becomes $800,000, $400,000 more. That $400,000 is higher than what the state has said we could levy this year of $377,000. So, again, I don't know how this is going to work, and I think we need more discussion along these lines.
Any other? You got your speaker on. Supervisor Schoberg.
I want to move on to flushing out the prior discussions, those prior amendments that we had, because the motion that I had last made was, again, to basically bank half of that COLA amount, but the other half we would spend in the form of a merit pay, one-time merit pay. That was defeated, I understand that. And I listened to the arguments. I almost was going to vote against it myself. But I had to be loyal to my original motion. So now the motion would be, this is an amendment again, to reduce the COLA from 2% to 1%, but have it be a COLA so it does increase the base, accelerate the study, like we've been talking about, have the effective date of the market study adjustment be January 1st, not of 2015, not the following year, and bank the amount that we're not spending because we're going from a 2% to 1%, bank that extra amount so that it's available for the market study adjustments. I believe, David, that was your motion during the committee of the whole.
Do I have a second to that amendment? Yep, so Supervisor Peterson second that. Now, do you want that amendment read back so we can discuss it? Or are you ready to discuss it?
I can get beyond my typos here, so. I have a motion by Supervisor Schoberg, second by Peterson, to amend the budget to reduce COLA from 2% to 1%, and that would increase the base, accelerate the market study, make the COLA, or make the market study effective, the effective date of January 1, 2015, and bank the amount not spent and make it available for the market study adjustments.
Okay. So now we're open for discussion. And it's Supervisor Schottner.
Point of clarification, does that mean that we want the market study completed by January 2015, or that the date, when it's done, we retroact it to the January 2015? Okay.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Novotny.
What concerns me is we haven't budgeted for this, and we're accelerating the across the board, or the results of the job survey. We're budgeting it, or we're spending it a year sooner, because this was scheduled to go into effect on 2016, correct?
That's what was recommended.
Okay, which would give us a period of time to determine how much it was actually going to cost. But if we accelerate it to the January 2015, we don't have the money.
Well, this would give you $263,000 that's not spent but has been budgeted from the cost of living, and the $100,000 that we've already allocated. So you'd spend $263 doing the 1% across the board. You'd have $363,000 to complete the study and implement the study, but the retroactivity could change the amount that's paid out. So we would have $363 budgeted.
But we're actually rolling the dice that it's going to be within that.
Correct.
I don't gamble.
Supervisor Peavy.
Just wanted to make a comment on anything we do retroactive that does make a huge workload for especially highways that bills out on a time and material basis. So if we retroactively in May decide we're going to pay plow operators or whatever back to January, all the bills for that whole time period have to be recalculated. The towns, cities, and villages that hire the county now have to write extra checks. So it could be, going retroactive could be a very financial quagmire for highways to work with. Thank you.
Supervisor Ochnoff. Oh, you had your hand up. Quickly. Any Supervisor Hanson?
Yeah, Bill, thanks for those comments, because I knew that, but I had forgotten it. I can't support the retroactive because of the thing that it might do to highway funding. I'd hate to have a road construction project next summer delayed because we had to go back and pay the retroactive payroll. So I'll have to vote against it for that reason.
Supervisor Ochnoff. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, that whatever the results are of the study, whatever it tells us we should do, that doesn't mean we have to do it all at once in 1 year. If we're above a lot, then we'll do it in increments, and if we're below a lot, I assume we'll redline a lot of the people, and they may get a merit type thing, but it won't increase. But everybody's talking as if we get these results and we have to do everything right away. And I don't believe that we have to. We will do whatever we can within the budget, but, I mean, as long as we're working on it, but I don't see any reason why we have to rectify it if there's a huge discrepancy, if we have to do it all within 1 year.
Supervisor Kiesler?
I would like to ask the Highway Commissioner to respond to Supervisor Peavy's, just so I know, and make a decision based on data rather than speculation.
Tim Ramber, you want to step forward?
Sure, thank you. Yes, that's correct. We've had quite the issues when that's happened in the past during union negotiations, or some even after a year. And then we have to generate the bills, and then we get a lot of questions from towns, cities, and villages. And we usually bring it to the Transportation Committee to, I don't want to send out $1.64. You know, it costs more to print it out than to bill it, so we go through that exercise. But now, without some of those caveats, I was just thinking, as Bill brought it up, that's true, unless we decide to fund it through the levy and not bill it. That would be at 100% of all the costs, rather than just the 1/3 typically that is levied. The rest gets billed out. 1/3 to 40% of our wages are county levy type activities. The rest is billed out to all the towns, cities, villages, and state. And therein lies that issue, being an enterprise fund. So unless we fund it ourselves, we're required to bill it out at actual costs.
Supervisor Peterson?
If the mover would be agreeable, I would be agreeable to amending that motion to when that study is completed to go forward from that point rather than the retroactive portion. That's just a suggestion.
Persuaded by the conversation, I don't feel agreeable.
So can we add that in?
Without objection.
Without it? If there's no objections?
Mr. Chair, could we reread the amendment then as
Okay.
modified?
Read that amendment back, Cindy.
I know. I have a motion by Supervisor Schulberg, second by Peterson, to amend the budget to reduce COLA from 2% to 1% to increase the base and accelerate the market study and make it effective when the market study is complete and bank the amount not spent available for the market study adjustments.
And then so is there any objection to that? If there's not, Supervisor Osmus?
Tabitha, in the budget right now, that 2% COLA is already included in the budget, correct? Okay.
Yes. Supervisor Ring?
So, oh, sorry. So I guess I have a question of clarification, I think, for Tammy. So we finished the study, then we have more work to do. So I don't know what that timing would be. When we finish the study, there is more decisions that this board has to make. And it would be at that time that I think we would implement. So, so I'm trying to think of the financial impact on this, and you know, the gambling question, because it would be an unknown, but it could be less. Is that correct? Because the way I look at it, I am concerned with what Supervisor Nielsen is saying, and just in the salaries alone, if it's triple, if we spent $400,000 on increases last year, it is triple that. So and if that's not correct, please let me know. So we are still there, we are doing a lot with that budget to address the issue. Now, it's possible that what we would find out is we wouldn't have to spend that full amount. Is that correct? If the study says, hey, if we implement it, we have the $300,000 to implement it, and we may not need that amount. The other way is that buys us time for the next year. Is that right? I'm okay. So I am. Okay, I guess I just had a question.
Yeah, I mean, those are the decisions that I think the administration committee will have to start having, you know, at their next meeting is, what are we hoping for? Are we looking for a new grid? Are we just looking to make sure our grid is correct? Are we just making sure the right titles are attached to the right pay grade? We may only need the 100,000 we have, you may need more. And that's, again, gonna depend on, within that market, where does this board want to be in order to recruit and retain staff? And as Supervisor Ochteroff said, if you have certain jobs that you're significantly off, do you spend more of your priority on them or do you phase them in? So there are definitely a lot more decisions. You know, it could be that we have the data by the end of first quarter, first part of second, but then you as a body would need to decide how do you want to implement that. I think the problem that was done in the past, it was just thrown at the board like, here, you shall approve it, like it or not. And I think what I've learned is this group really wants to understand the information, the facts, so do employees and department heads. So I think we'd want to give all stakeholders a little bit of time once we have the study to make sure it fits our philosophy, it fits kind of the context in which we began to do this study, and it's going to achieve the right outcome. So you're right, it's speculative. Are we too high? Are we too low? I think for many jobs, we're right on. There's going to be some adjustments. We will want to be cognizant of pay for performance adjustments are July. So wherever people are on a wage grid, a new one or an old one, that's when they're eligible for their base or merit increase. So I would hope that we're either done before that or we'd wait until after that, because employees expect that adjustment, but we would need to know what's the study look like, who is above, who's below. So ideally, if we're delaying it, we would somehow have it done ahead of that so that anyone who was frozen and should be could advance, and anyone who is now too high wouldn't continue at advance. They would now receive a merit. So it is either a delay it or get it done as quickly as you can and hope, you know, that we can have a planful way to expend those dollars.
Supervisor Hanson?
Just kind of a follow-on question, please. Are there other functions that are affecting people who are working for the county? For example, the job descriptions, revisions or reviews, are they going to be impacted by the study, or are they on hold now? So that, are you studying the specific number of job descriptions as we have them, and how will that be affected, both financially and how will our employees be affected after the study comes out, the market study? If the job descriptions correct, how many people's job description reviews are on hold?
You know, we've worked a lot on job descriptions. I would say of those 27 or 28 regrade requests, only a handful of them include an adjustment based on changes of the duties and the scope. More of them are about the market. So we're working on job descriptions all the time. I don't think that many are that off. There's a couple that I can think of. We'll want to make sure we have the right job description and evaluation points that HR has determined, and that's what we give to whoever's hired as the consultant, because it's been my understanding we're only doing a compensation study, a market study, not a whole classification. We're not bringing someone in to do job descriptions again and job questionnaires. Employees have done their job descriptions since 2007, 2008 here. So this would just look at, here's a mental health therapist, compare it to a mental health therapist in like counties. Here's a custodian, this is what our custodians do. Find like wages of that custodian. Mm-hmm.
Any Supervisor Brinkman?
I'm just gonna go back to what I maybe didn't say very well earlier, but I keep hearing us being told that we're not very far off, we're very close. If we're so close right now, why are we spending over $500,000 in money in trying to give out this COLA? If we're that close right now, I'm not in favor of this, because I think that, here's what I know. In 2013, for this year, we reclassified, which really was regraded now, I guess, on 9 positions. It was $49,000 last year is what it affected the budget. I don't understand how they keep saying, well, we're so close, we're close, we're probably $100,000 off. Well, if we're only $100,000 off over 500 and some employees, why are we giving it 2%? I'd rather we find other places in the budget for it, or I don't know. Maybe that's how we start some of these jobs on the first of the year. But Supervisor Nielsen brings up a great point. We're in big trouble next year if we're going to continue to spend like this. And I'm truly scared for our employees that next year we have to start laying off people because we can't afford our budget, or we have to start cutting pay. So if we're so close right now, I just want everybody to consider this. If we're so close right now on what we think the market study is going to say, then why are we giving this 2% now? Even if it is only 1%, that's still over $250,000. I think everybody's heard enough from me, so I'll shut up now, but I don't know.
Supervisor Keesler.
Well, Andy, that's what I've been trying to say. The thing is, though, if we call a vote and it's defeated, which I think is what you're advocating for, and then we pass the budget, now we've just passed a 2% increase. So if we defeat this motion, I would think then you would be prepared to bring forth another motion just to remove the 2% COLA altogether, bank it, and wait until the market study is complete.
Any other discussion? This is on the Supervisor Schoberg.
Just wanted to clarify from Supervisor Novotny's question about gambling. I just want to make sure that the part that is banked is a cap. It doesn't just mean we'll throw that in and see whatever the market study demands and then we would accommodate it. I'm not just throwing money out there. I'm saying that the banked amount is a capped amount, so we wouldn't have to be, we're not creating money out of a fictitious budget. We're sticking with the budget.
Supervisor Ostranoff.
I just have one more question. This is for you, Mr. Thompson. It's like we started this 5-year plan that was new for capital projects. Okay. When you did this budget, I assume you look in the past and you look in the future. I mean, we're starting to hear a lot of concerns about the next few years. I know you can't foresee everything that happens in the future, but what is your take of the budgets in 2016, 17, assuming that nothing horrendous happens and you don't know? But, yeah.
Well, you don't know, but as I said earlier, that the budget that I've presented to you, I believe, has sustainability built into it, so that, yes, every budget year we have our challenges. Next year, Tabitha and I will have challenges in putting together the 2016 budget, but I would not be recommending what I have recommended in the 2015 budget if it could not be sustained in 2016 and beyond.
Any other questions? Well, we have an amendment, a motion and a second. And if there's no more discussion, I'll have Cindy read that amendment back.
Motion to amend by Supervisor Schoberg, second by Peterson, to amend the budget to reduce COLA from 2% to 1% to increase base, and accelerate market study and make it effective when the market study is complete, and bank the amount not spent, make it available for the market study adjustments.
Everybody understands? Supervisor Ring.
My only question about that, it doesn't, the study can be complete, it's the action of this board that really is when it would kick in. So the study is done.
I guess my take on it is that you can always revisit how the study would be implemented at the time that the study is completed, and that the motion, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily bind the board to do, to implement it upon completion, but that's the intent of the motion. The board can always revisit that.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other discussion? Everybody understands what the amendment is? No more discussion, we'll vote. And the amendment passed. So now we can move back into the budget again, the resolution for the budget. Is there any other discussion on the budget? Supervisor Brinkman?
In capital improvements, could somebody please explain to me the key watcher system for $16,000?
The key watcher system is a secure key access panel, so fleet vehicles, we have some keys up here in the admin suite. We also have some keys down in our office. If you needed a fleet vehicle, you could get the key out of the key watcher system. There's a credit card attached that allows you to get gas or wiper blades or something were to come off on your trip. That would all be contained. So the key watcher monitors who has what key when. So if the credit card and the key's gone, we can go back. We also have situations where accountability is a factor. Somebody damages a vehicle or something happens, we don't know who it is right now that's doing it. The key watcher system allows us to track and go backwards and see who had the vehicle last. So in essence, when you take a vehicle, you're responsible for the way it looks when you take it. So when you bring it back, it should be the same way. It also allows us not to carry building keys outside of the buildings. So it gives us, if a mechanic were to lose keys or somebody else, they're all kept in the building. So it gives us accountability and it gives us access to keys 24/7 when they're needed. If somebody had a fleet vehicle the night before, the keys may not be in the box when you come to get it. So with the key watcher system, you'd be able to get a key, get the spare, and go ahead and use your vehicle without any interruption. It ties into the database, it has scheduling and everything else in.
Have you had problems with accountability with the
Yes.
keys? As a serious nature or just an oversight?
No, it's,
Seems a bit frivolous. I would suggest and move that we remove that amount for the key watcher system.
I would second that.
well, we've had vehicles returned, and it's time, frivolous, maybe you think it is, but when a vehicle comes back and there's soda spilled all through the vehicle, I have to have somebody get in there and clean it. That takes an hour, 2 hours of time to take care of that. Go ahead.
Are you saying right now you don't know who had it last?
Correct. I do know who had it last, but that person says it was fine when I dropped it off.
You have somebody inspect? An individual person, not a robot?
I wish I had the robot. An individual person, I do not, because we don't have time to go out and inspect the vehicles all the time when they come in and out. So, again, if it's something that you perceive as not being necessary, I have no problem with that. That's entirely your prerogative, so.
Supervisor Hanson?
My impression of this when I read it is that you're throwing money at a problem that should be solved by good management.
Any other discussion on that? Did you get the amendment, the motion and the second on that, Cindy? Supervisor Hanson, I second that. Do we need any more discussion on that? Supervisor Schauner.
Just in response to the last statement, I don't think this is a question of good management as much, it's a question of resource management. If you don't have enough staff, how clean the car isn't really going to be a priority when in comparison to properly painting upstairs or making sure the building itself is clean. The resources that your staff use tends to be of a lower priority than the resources that the public use.
Any other discussion? No other discussion? Cindy, would you read that amendment back, please?
I have a motion by Supervisor Berkey, second by Hanson, to amend the budget to remove the key watcher system from the budget in the amount of $16,000.
Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, we can vote. That amendment passed. So now we're back into the resolution for the budget again. Is there any, Supervisor Osmus?
I've got a question for Tabitha as long as we're on capital. And this is one of the questions that we had talked about, I think, on Thursday afternoon, and maybe you could help explain it to the rest of the board regarding your software replacement for $500,000.
The software replacement is to replace the county's what's called Alio General Ledger Financial System. It's a rough estimate right now of $500,000 for a replacement cost. What we're looking for moving forward is a more comprehensive system, a system that would meet our needs, a system that would meet Health and Human Services needs, along with taking into account time to discuss needs of other department heads. Other department heads have expressed interest in project tracking or purchase order management. There's other needs we have that are unmet. We've simply outgrown our existing financial software, and it is time that we seek replacement of a system that will meet our needs, gain us efficiencies, and help move us forward.
Are we going to phase that in, or is it going to be just we'll jump right in and hopefully we've got a life preserver?
No, that would be a planned approach, as I do with everything. What we would look to do is a clean switchover. So ideally, if this is approved in 2015, we would start a kickoff here as soon as this is approved to look to seek to replacement. We would spend all of 2015 on Alio. For audit purposes, you want a single year in a single system. We would kick off 2016 on the new system. So we would have clear separation as far as data of what's stored in what system. Then we would seek to work on the next phase would be actually getting our data out of our current system into our new system so that we, for historical purposes, we can always go back at least 7 years. It's a big project. It's a big undertaking. It's going to be a lot of staff time, but I think the efficiencies that we gain far outweigh the involvement that we need to spend on the front end.
Thank you. I think it's going to be a huge move for you and all departments in the long run.
Supervisor Ring?
Is it a one-time cost, and what are the recurring costs?
I didn't catch that.
Software maintenance would be your ongoing costs. Again, the $500,000 is just an estimate at this time until we actually did an RFP and got the actual bids back. Then we'd have actual dollars moving forward. But we have Alio maintenance right now that we pay annually as well. So I would anticipate something similar. It's per year. Alio is over $30,000 a year.
Supervisor Berkey?
I had a question regarding some upgrades, facilities for signage. It's a $55,000 expenditure. My question would be, what part of that is the main directories would go to a video type system? We would utilize these monitors to welcome guests or include meeting locations or other events. I'm wondering if that's necessary. Can someone speak to the specifics of that?
Jim, do you want to speak to that?
Actually, get 2 for 1 today.
Oh, okay.
It's part me and it's part John. The signage is signage out front, you know, the antiquated signs that are going around the exterior of the building. They need to be replaced. It's also signage in the building so that they match what we have here. If you look at the signs on the walls now, they're this big and they have one line of information on there. So it would be replacing all of those. But as far as the video goes, yes, I'm all over that, and John can speak to that.
There was a similar system installed, or there is a similar system installed at the service center right now. It's 2 flat panels that are in the lobby. I don't know if you've seen them. We are currently scheduling training to have somebody from the HHS staff learn how to use that software so they can put up meeting agendas and stuff like that for a directory. And that would be scrolling or rotating. However you want to look at that. I don't have quotes on that because I wasn't under the impression that that was anything we were going to do here right away. But I can look into that if you're interested.
Well, is that part of this next year's budget?
What I have in there right now, to answer your question, it is for signage, actual signage, not for the video side, because that would require a lot more than what we have budgeted.
Okay, so the 55,000 is for other than the video piece of it. That part is not in the budget. Okay, I am feeling more comfortable about that. I would like not to have welcome video signage for folks, and I don't think we need to scroll agendas or the time that so-and-so is supposed to be in court upstairs in front of the guests. Otherwise, I'm okay with upgrading some signage. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson?
Jim, please. My understanding is that's going to bring us into compliance with the ADA, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you speak to that just a little bit? Because that seems to be the critical part of this line item.
Well, currently the signs don't have braille on them, and for a blind person coming into a building, I can't speak to this as I'm not a blind person, but you have certain places where the signs need to be so that that person can find what room he's looking for. It's a certain height, it's a certain place. On the doors where they are now is not the place for them. If the door's open, the person would never find the room he's looking for, or she. So by doing the braille and getting them where they need to be, it's an easy find, and it helps the people with disabilities or with blindness get to where they're going in a proper manner. So that's their eyes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I call the question, Mr. Chair. The budget as amended.
Are there any objections? Then we're ready to vote on the budget as Supervisor Brinkman.
I really do need to get to work myself today. But I guess I do have a question as to, there seem to be a lot of questions regarding security here at the government center. How are we going to vote on the budget if we haven't decided what people want to see done there yet? Or is that something that we can remove or add to later today? Pat, what do we do? Guidance. I need guidance.
The issue you're referring to is the front entrance screening. I think that what you have before you later on the agenda is a resolution to approve the front entrance screening and authorize the sheriff and the chief judge of the 10th Judicial District to, as they best see fit, begin implementation September 1st for front entrance screening. And as I've explained earlier, the budget allows for that to take place. If the board decides and does not approve the resolution later on in the agenda, the dollars will not be expended. Yep.
Everybody comfortable now with the agenda to vote on that? And no other questions? Then we'll move forward and we'll vote on the agenda as presented today. What? Or budget? Excuse me.
What were the amendments?
We can have Cindy read those amendments back. Oh, yes. Well, we have to have
Okay. The original motion was made by Osnes and Schachner to approve the budget. We had, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling.
Basic, well,
Yep,
basically, we had three revisions to
Yep.
the budget, the veterans position, funding reallocated to the veterans position, reallocating dollars from the HR Staff Development Fund in the amount of approximately $13,000 to fund the position to start January 1st. There was a revision to the budget to reduce the COLA to 1% and bank the remaining portion of that allocation to implement the market study once it's completed. And then the third revision was a removal of $16,000 that had been allocated for the key watcher system from the capital improvement plan. Those three.
Now with those three amendments to the budget, they were open to vote on the 2015 budget as amended. And that is passed, so the budget is passed, it's presented today. We will move on. Does anybody want to take a break for a few minutes? Everybody just want to finish this up. We have a resolution to charge back municipalities due to incorrect real estate taxes. Do I have a motion to approve that resolution? Supervisor Osnes, second by Supervisor Peavy. Any discussion? There's no discussion. Everybody ready to vote? We'll vote on that resolution. And that passed unanimous. Thank you. We have a resolution designating official authorized to declare official intent under reimbursement bond regulations. Everybody looked at that in their packet, so they know what it is. I need a motion.
I move to pass.
Excuse me?
I move to pass the resolution as submitted.
Motion from Supervisor Berkey and second from Supervisor Schachner. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll move forward and vote on that if there's no discussion. Okay, you can vote. And that also passed unanimous. Thank you. Number 7 is a resolution sport funding of main entrance screening at the St. Croix County Government Center in the 2015 budget. So, need a motion to move that forward. Supervisor Schoberg, motion. Supervisor Novotny seconded. Now it's open for discussion. Supervisor Osnes.
Pat, on packet page 553, under physical impact, says budget will be estimated at $300,000, approximately $35,000 for equipment, and $265,000 for staff. And I know you explained we were going back to $90,000 this year, plus the $35,000 for the machine. My question is, if we move forward with this, and what's going to happen with our sheriff if we decide to tell him, sir, we need $265,000 for staffing? And then we turn around and we come back and say, sir, we can't meet our budget. We can't balance it. You're going to have to cough some money up. How do we do that when we've just asked you to support this project?
I hesitated because I was waiting to be recognized by the chair. Didn't want to speak after him. But that's a good question. I too have concerns. That's why you have not seen me being terribly vocal about this particular subject. Do I think screening at your front entrance is a good idea? I do. But I've told many of you at past meetings or individual meetings, when it comes to my scope of employment, my responsibilities here, it's down a ways on my list of priorities. If I'm asked to cut funding again next year, like I have been for several years in a row now, this will be some of that low-hanging fruit that I will recommend be cut. Because I'm getting to the point where I have to cut staff. If we want any more dollars, I have to cut staff. You have been gracious enough to allow me to add staff for next year to attempt to address the drug problems that we're experiencing. So I wouldn't cut there, and we've made other cuts again in these last few years. So we're getting down to that bare bones, folks. And so to be perfectly blunt with my answer, Supervisor Osnes, I would recommend that I would reduce or cut this for next year if you asked for concessions from my budget.
Thank you, sir. And with that comment, Pat, if you would look into your crystal ball and be so kind, if we would be asking the sheriff in another year or so to make cuts, and it would be in this area, why would we move forward with it right now?
Well, this, a lot of rhetorical questions and rhetorical answers, but if this is a priority of the board to provide front entrance screening for the government center, we will continue to provide funding for front entrance screening, and we will not fall back on the sheriff's department's budget to make sacrifices financially to continue to fund front entrance screening. Although it is a law enforcement function, a security function, the staffing as proposed will be sworn officers of the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office. It's not my style to go back and demand the sheriff through budget concessions to reduce his staffing on the road or in investigations or in the jail to help fund front entrance screening. Just won't happen.
Supervisor Nielsen.
Judge Needham, I think, made a good case for screening at the Public Protection Committee meeting. You know, we're limited by the state how much we can spend, and yet there's laws on the books that says that we are required to have screening at the courthouse. Well, the courthouse is here, so we are required to have screening, yet we can't spend the money. So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. I don't mind if this is put off for a while, but eventually it's going to have to be done. But keep in mind that there is almost always somebody in this building, if not on this floor, certainly the lower floor, that has a weapon. It would be very rare that there isn't somebody in this building that is carrying a weapon.
Supervisor Hanson.
Supervisor Nielsen, I don't mean to contradict you, but from what I understood that I heard the judge say in our last meeting, that the guidance by the Supreme Court which isn't law, but it's guidance by the Supreme Court, says that we should do this, which is differentiated from the word shall. They're not directing us to do it. They're suggesting very strongly that we do it.
I don't have it in front of me, but I don't believe the word should was in there. I think that was a requirement by them, and I don't know what authority they have, but.
Supervisor Novotny, you had?
Yeah, the $265,000, if I recall correctly, we had like 3 options from sworn police or sheriff's police to outsourcing. Has this decision been made? In other words, the last time we discussed it, we still had those options available to us.
Right, those options are still available. What I would suggest the board do is, if you feel front entrance screening is important, that you direct the chief judge of the 10th Judicial District, who is Judge Needham, and Sheriff John Schultz to staff, recommend, the judge has to sign off on it anyway, rely on your sheriff and rely on your chief judge to determine the appropriate method of staffing the front entrance screening if the board deems it a priority. And I have made allocations in the budget to accommodate that staffing requirement. The sheriff and the chief judge have identified their priority, their top priority for staffing if we do have front entrance screening. They have identified what that recommendation is. The budget allows for that. But as a board, I would suggest that you place that staffing recommendation in the hands of your chief law enforcement officer of the county and your chief judge of the district to determine, which option or variation thereof is the best way to provide the best form of security at the front entrance. So in other words, my suggestion is that the board approve the policy or approve the concept of front entrance screening and allow your sheriff and chief judge to determine and tweak and determine the appropriate method of staffing.
Pat, if that's the case, then who's going to make the decision on what doors are going to be a one-way out and no way in, or what doors are going to be locked?
That will be the recommendation from the sheriff and the chief judge.
Supervisor Hanson.
Will we have a chance to revisit this? Is this something that's just permanent once we enact it? Do we have to live with it? Or if it turns out to be ungainly and seemingly unnecessary, in other words, if we change our opinions about it, will we have a vehicle for reversing this, say 6 months, a year, year and a half, 2 years from now?
Well, nothing is permanent. I mean, the equipment that we're purchasing is portable. The staffing decision, that will be a little more complicated. If we have the staffing in place. So, I mean, if we get this in place and the decision is a year from now we don't like it and we don't want to do it, we're going to have to, figure out a way to reallocate those staffing resources. But I would envision once we have this in place, although I hesitate to say anything is permanent, this would probably become a permanent security fixture in this facility once we have it in place.
Supervisor Nelson, you had something?
Yeah, Public Protection talked about this quite a bit. I brought in a lot of my experience of how I deal with security where I work, being a fireman, working at an international airport, which It's probably a pretty good sized target in dealing with security. And government facilities are known to be targets for security. The one thing that shocked me a little bit is I have 3 options, but the prices are so different from top to bottom. Here's my BMW, here's my Ford, and here's my Fiat or Hyundai. Nothing against those vehicles. But we have to start somewhere, but we don't have to drive the big car right away. And we got enough smart people in the county to let's figure something out and let's keep this talk alive, because we know that there's an inherent risk at this county. And we just like we talked with fall protection, things like that. The county knows there's an inherent risk. Do we have to jump in it tomorrow? No, because we're probably 5 or 6 years late already. So it's we're trying to play a little bit of catch up, but let's do it in the right way. And believe me, I'm a taxpayer too. But when the first thing everybody looked at was $237,000, I said, wow, that's a lot. That's a good hunting shack for some guys. So I'm for screening as I see the need for it. But I also see the fiscal ability to be smart about it. And I just don't want to be one who hasn't at least tried to be proactive to say, we could have avoided something. And I know the sheriff, if he's not for it, I understand that part, because emergency services, deputies, all that stuff, public safety costs a lot of money. And I hear about it all the time when I'm at budgets at work. $1 million fire trucks, they look nice, you better wax them. You know, but you gotta remember, this is a long-term thing. And yes, I got sticker shock too, but I think we're all smart enough to work through this and find a reasonable solution. And Roger, I asked you, when I talked to you earlier, I talked to you, Roger, tell us a little bit about what you saw when you were at Washington County the other day. You saw a real life thing happen right in front of him, how it made a difference at that screening of an individual who might have been a little upset. Roger, you want to explain a little bit maybe about that?
I usually don't comment on things that I've seen at a meeting. That's not my position, but I did notice when I was over there for a tour that they had a problem at their entrance, and it was getting a little loud, and then the officer there took a charge and said that if he didn't settle down, there would be an arrest made right there, and the situation calmed down, went away. So makes a difference. You're gonna have to wait a second. I gotta over here first. So, yep, Supervisor Keesler.
Do I have the floor? I've got, I guess, 2 questions. One, since we do have the chief judge here, could I ask for clarification? Because it seems like we have a little bit of discrepancy on recalling. Is it a requirement or is it a strong recommendation? I know that you had the statutory language about what is required and what is maybe not.
The Supreme Court rule, which I think is what you're referring to, I believe was in your materials. And I'm trying to find the exact language. The court facility should have a single entrance with appropriate screening mechanisms in place. Screening stations should be equipped. So the Supreme Court rule said should. But again, because there's a separation of powers issue, the Supreme Court cannot dictate, other than under our inherent authority, any other body, legislative or executive, to do certain things. For instance, I could order the county to require bailiffs in every courtroom. That's within my inherent authority. Would it affect what you do? Yes, but I have the inherent authority to do that. This does not fall within our inherent authority, but it is a should, as recommended by the Supreme Court. That's the best I can tell you. But to add what, if I can, just for a second, to the chairman, we don't have to go to Washington County to find examples. If you've followed the media, we have a case currently pending involving a very serious threat against one of our judges, involving a request to bring a firearm and to kill that judge. We had a situation 2 weeks ago involving a juvenile case where the juvenile who was in secure detention wanted to talk to his mom. Thankfully, the court security officer decided to check mom's purse, and she'd been sitting in the hearing the entire time before she let
before he let the son see his mom, and in the purse was a stun gun and a knife. In the courtroom for a hearing an hour before all this happened. Now, had the security officer not checked that purse, I don't know what could have happened or would have happened, but we don't have to go to Washington County. We have very real situations right here every day.
Thank you.
A little more than what you want to know.
No,
I
I deeply appreciate the information. My follow-up or question is just, where'd Pat go? Just because I'm trying to understand what we're voting on, and there are 3 options. So if we pass this resolution, what size check are we writing? Is it potentially?
90 grand in the budget.
Well, I know, but depending on when you start that, it could cover all the costs if you start it in October. And so what I'm trying to sort through is, by passing the resolution, what size check are we writing? Because that doesn't seem to be contained within, it just says someone will make a recommendation, but are we giving a blank check or aren't we? Because typically the board has the authority to fund or defund projects. I'm just trying to figure out what level are we authorizing funding at? Or
What the level is for the budget purpose right now is $90,000 in the sheriff's budget, plus $35,000 for equipment. That's what's, Pat can go to bed.
Pat, and I understand that, Mr. Chair, but from a standpoint of saying that we have 35,000 plus 90,000 in the budget, and then turning it over to folks to make decisions, or are they making recommendations that would come back to the board for further approval? Because again, they wouldn't have enough money to fund it at the top level. Well, right now, they wouldn't even have probably enough money to fund it at the lower level. But then you play with the dates, and all of a sudden you can fund it at the lower level if you start in March, and at the medium level if you start in July, and at the top level. But as soon as they make that, if they're making a decision, then it seems like they're locking the board into an expenditure in coming years, or aren't they? I don't know what approval we're giving, or are we giving approval, and do they come back with a recommendation, or this is what we're going to do? Is there an interplay and interchange, or is it just a once and done, carte blanche, whatever you come up with, and play with the dates to make it the Yugo, the Chevy, or the Cadillac?
The staffing of the front entrance screening is a decision that should really be made by the sheriff and signed off by the chief judge of the district. The budget that is being recommended contemplates funding for the priority that was identified to staff the front entrance with sworn officers with arrest powers. The implementation would be approximately, I believe, September, so it'd be in the third quarter of 2015. If the sheriff and the chief judge feel that they can staff it with less than full sworn officers, then that's what we'll do. But that's not what was clearly the preference of the sheriff and the chief judge. So that's where I was in terms of putting the budget together. But it would not be implemented until later in 2015.
We have John up there, he'll explain this to us.
Just a point of clarification, the funding level that Mr. Thompson is talking about had 2 contracted employees running the equipment at the screening, and then 1 deputy, which would require 1.5 deputies because you're open, 5 days a week or sometimes more. to give you a law enforcement presence there. So we've already started to reduce the cost by contracting for services, at least 2 of those employees of the 3 that are being recommended.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peterson.
I'm recalling back to our Committee of the Whole meeting, and at least what I took away from that meeting, I know we talked about the 3 levels there.
Yeah.
But I think that the intent, or at least my thought, was that many of us thought there should be other options. There should be other, give us some more leeway into what ways we might go. And I guess I'm hoping if we would approve this as presented, that we would go forward, that the board would have some more input, as I think we were asking for. I remember mentioning I'd like to see the safety committee involved in this planning process as our representatives. So, however it shakes out, I'd hate to see it go down in a hard and fast rule without us having another look at this at a later date.
Supervisor Nielsen.
I was waiting for a chance to correct myself, and I apologize to Supervisor Hanson. He was correct, and I'm not. Just one more comment. There are currently 10 counties, I think, that have front entrance screening. But obviously, the important thing is to protect the judges. And I guess why can't we have somebody with a wand to scan people as they enter the court? Anyway, I would like to see this put off for a little bit at least.
Supervisor Babbitt.
I've been very quiet today, but that's about to end. I'm really kind of feeling annoyed about this, and without getting into too much detail, it feels to me like this is another one of those things that previous boards have said, this is a great idea, we need to do it, but they've kicked the can down the road. And then the next board comes in and says, boy, you guys are right, this is a good idea, we need to do this, and the can gets kicked down the road again. I don't want to be part of a board that kicks the can again. I think we need to act on this, at least approve the concept that we're talking about today. I agree with Supervisor Peterson that, and I assume this is true, that the board will have input as to the final decision about how staffing happens and how security at the front door proceeds. But I think it's time for us to say once and for all, we're going to do this, not only to protect the judges, but also to protect employees. Employees in the building have been saying for a long time, we don't feel terribly secure knowing that anyone can walk into our building at any time with anything that they want to. I think it's time to move forward.
Supervisor Brinkman.
I'm just going to restate my position in that I believe there should be money in the budget for this. I do not know if this is the correct plan or not. That is why I am not in favor of this resolution. I've had employees talk to me on the first floor and they say, hey, why can't you do it just on the second floor? Why can't you just put the screener upstairs? That way you protect the courts. I've had people that said they'd feel more comfortable down here with different style, I don't know, gating or whatever in between them and the customers than a screener would make them feel. I actually had one person say, you know, it really doesn't matter. If they shoot the people at the front door, they're coming after us anyway, so we're sitting ducks. And I don't mean to make light of this situation. It's that it is that serious. I am for funding something like this. I still haven't heard enough proposals to say, do we want to go with screening at the front door? Or maybe have we looked at, has the safety committee looked at putting the screening on the second level? It's just a lot of money, and I'd like to hear some more proposals. Again, leave the money in the budget, but I still think we have a lot to work to figure out which is the best way for us to go.
Supervisor Schelberg.
I agree with you, Supervisor Brinkman, and that's why the resolution, as proposed, says we will basically placehold the dollar amount, $90,000, and we'll leave it to it says right there, the county administrator is directed to include funding. That's all it says for screening at the main entrance or wherever they're going to develop this. So be it resolved that they develop an administrative policy on this. So we're placeholding 90,000. We're saying we got to do something about it. We're not going to kick the thing down the road anymore. And we're not approving a Mercedes. That would have to come back to us because that would exceed the budget. So what we're willing to do is to put some strong money at this issue so that our citizens and our judges are safe.
My computer died, so I can't read the resolution right now. But doesn't it say front entrance screening in the resolution?
It says for the staffing, infrastructure, and equipment for main entrance screening at the St. Croix County Government Center.
But I also see where it says main entrance numerous times, main entrance screening. I mean, for instance, where were you just at here? Down here. Go down, yeah. That's my concern. And that's a wording thing. I guess if it was me, I'd make a motion, which I really don't want to be here for another hour, but I'd probably make a motion like on line number 27, take out the term main entrance, because I don't know if that's where it ends up being. I don't.
Sheriff, do you have an input on that?
I do. We've studied this subject for many, many years, and I can tell you that I would not recommend, because of the way the building is constructed, I would not recommend screening on the top level. It doesn't work. There's not enough space up there. It's going to cost us a ton of money to renovate. It makes sense to be at the main end.
Supervisor Berkey.
I'd like to call for the question.
Do I have any objections? So I don't believe there was any amendments done to that. So we're just looking at the resolution supporting the funding of the main entrance screening at the St. Croix County Government Center in 2050.
Can I ask Scott a question on this?
What?
Can I ask Scott just a real quick question on this? Really short.
Okay, quick question.
Scott, with this resolution and its approval, we are setting a policy then, am I correct?
Correct. And so that policy can be revisited.
Right.
But if the county board adopts the policy, that is the policy going forward.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's no other questions, we'll vote on this resolution then. Yeah, the motion and the second is up there, so okay, we're ready to vote then. Thank you. And the resolution passes, so that'll move forward then. Thank you. We'll move on to number 8, which is ordinance creating Chapter 78 implements of husbandry, IOH permit to exceed weight and length limits, St. Croix County Code of Ordinances. And I need a motion. Supervisor Peavy? Supervisor? Say to Supervisor Peterson. Second. Yep. So now we have open for discussion on this. Supervisor?
I know everybody's tired and tough, but, I mean, the other day, I was behind, I mean, I'm definitely pro-farming, but I will have to say that I was behind an implement, and the cars coming the other way, one almost went in the ditch, because it was, I'm talking about width, and this is only talking about length and weight. I don't know where width is combined, but literally, there was not, the road was not wide enough for the tractor hauling the piece of equipment to go down the road and have a car go the other direction. It was close. Do we have anything like that? I mean, this is not addressing the problem that I saw, and I'm seeing a lot more of living out in the country.
Do we have a motion on
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor and a second. So we're on discussion.
Yeah, and I know Commissioner Ramberg's at the podium to help answer questions, but this is based on state statute. The state has said we have to adopt an ordinance. This covers machinery,
one unit over 92,000 or axles over 23,000, the width is in state statute, and then Tim had the quote, is not regulated. So you can go down the road, and I do, with a 25, 30-foot header, and I stop traffic ahead, and that is in the ordinance and is allowed in state statute. But this regulates weight, and weight has been a major issue on town roads. With this permit, they can exceed that weight. A one-unit self-propelled combiner chopper can weigh over 92 if they get a permit, and a per axle weight can be over 23,000 with a permit. And the state also has said there cannot be a fee, so I don't know how Mr. Ramberg is going to find time to issue fees. I know some of these equipment are going through 6, 7, 8 townships and through the county. They're going to get 9 or 10 permits. So that kind of sums it up, and I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you. That's a very good start of it, because it appears we're going to be herding cats or grasshoppers, whichever you want to call it. But here's our plan. The intent versus the content of this law. And I have to thank Corp Counsel, because we've volleyed back and forth on the language of what you have in front of you. And he took the Norwegian accent out and the UFTAs. But we've had other comments from other counties asking for the language, so we should be proud of that. And what I like the Secretary of Transportation's summary that supplements what you have. He indicates, I'll just read it here, the bill followed 2 years of work by the Implements of Husbandry Study Group, chaired by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, DATCAP. The study group included representatives from over 20 areas, agricultural, local government, and equipment organizations, and associations including University Extension. And then he talks about in general, which is the same paragraph you have. And extensive outreach efforts began at both agricultural operators and local officials to become aware of this new law. And basically, most farmers didn't realize they were not exempt. It was only certain products, like potatoes, that were exempt during certain harvest periods of the year. And we've all been complacent over the years, even the manufacturers making these monstrosities that are damaging to the roads. And as we grow as an industry of agriculture, and as these things get heavier and heavier, it came to the attention of, it was Marathon County that had a manure hauler that was 137,500 pounds over the 80,000. And it was very damaging, so they ticketed them, and then the fight began. And that's the author from that, the representative from that author was one of these, was the representative from there, so he's in on it, not down on it. And it's a compromise, and in any compromise, nobody's happy, us included, because the ag community now is given 15% more to handle their operations, which is what the barter was. But there's a class of equipment like the big combines that you can't take apart. You can't unload them because there's nothing to unload, and they're over. So those are the categories that we're going to permit, and we want to stay in control of it. But what's happened is everybody's upset, so they're so busy looking for horns, they fail to see the halos. And we're looking for the halos, and we're going to start having meetings, if you pass this, with the farming community and the local units of government and those of us that have to implement this permit, to find accommodations, not regulations. We want to accommodate, and what I feel is there's going to be a lot of ooh-ah moments coming out of these when we have these copies of permits, and I know Andy was part of the discussions, is I hope that it's simply a permit for each piece of equipment. You make copies and give to the units of government that it belongs to, and then you have a yearly permit. It's the first year that's going to be a bugger. And then after that, hopefully it'll streamline. So I don't know the time it'll take, but I'm not in a position to ask for anything because I don't know what it'll be. So until then, we won't know, but I think these meetings will be helpful. So we want to go together as a team to cuss and discuss it together. And it's the content, the intent, not the content, again, of what you have in front of you and what my intent is and what our staff's intent is to administer this. So yes, the farmers are gonna have to inventory their equipment, and a lot of it, they don't know what they weigh, so they'll have to go to the manufacturer. There are exemptions in here, like a half a mile to and from the field without anything, to and from the dealership. There's lights later on in November, but right now, we're obligated to make a decision by January 1st or 15th or something like that. And again, the law might change, and you might see me again, but my hair will be different, and I'll move closer to Baldwin, because I live outside of Baldwin now, but things will change. So thank you. That's just a quick introduction.
Thanks, Tim. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Osnes.
Sheriff, do you want to weigh in on anything on this, please? You should have been sitting in the front row all the afternoon and morning.
No, I agree with what Tim said. I'm very happy to hear that Tim and I'm sure many of the members of the board that I've spoken with have taken the same stance on this. We want to work with our farming community. We don't want to over-regulate, but you know, there needs to be some reasonable expectation to what we can do to not, you know, damage our roads and cost us a bunch more money. So I'm glad that Tim is taking that stance. I certainly share that. I want to work with that farming community, and I know the administration takes the same thing. So after all of the meetings, I look forward to working with the farming community. It's a good starting point. And I agree with Tim. I think you'll see a lot of adjustments to this before you have a final product.
Thank you, Sheriff.
And we do have a scale in the budget that they'll put in his trunk, and then we'll work together on that as well.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Supervisor, any other questions? No other questions? Are we prepared to vote? We're ready to vote. Everybody vote then on that. Yeah, I'll ask that question I was going to ask. I got to confirm. That passed unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We have a closed session coming up. Would everybody like to have about a 5-minute break?
I need to confer with the committee chair or the admin before that, so, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break, just so everybody gets a chance to stand up.
Veterans Day is Tuesday, and there is a ceremony out in the front of the building here at 11 o'clock on Tuesday, and you're all invited to attend. And then on November 12th, you've been invited to a St. Croix County Drug Court graduation that is scheduled for 9:30 on November 12th in courtroom 1, up above. And then I have no correspondence, but just a quick overview of the election on Tuesday. Whether you like the results or not, the overall process went very well in St. Croix County, and we had all the results by 10:30, and just a few minor equipment issues and questions throughout the day, so just thought I'd bring you up to date. Good.
Out of curiosity, what was the percentage? Or you don't know that?
You know, I don't know that. The percentage was high. It was more like a presidential. We did, at the time they ordered ballots, clerks ordered ballots, they were aware of the referendum issue in the city of School District of Hudson. We did print ballots for some of the municipalities in the St. Croix Central School District throughout the day, so we ended up printing about 800 ballots on Tuesday for them. Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen very often, does it?
Depends. Just never know. So, that's good.
If there's nothing else, no other correspondence, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience today.